We are live. We are live.
All right, y'all. Who talking without the mic on?
Salam alaikum with magic and salutations to.
What's up, man?
I'm here right now, Protect. Just have my mic on mute. I'm ready.
That.
I'm here. You ready? Let's roll. Let's rock and roll.
All right, man.
Salam alaikum with magic and salutations to all. Nama would like to welcome you on this 19th August 2024 AD. I am ECMYE-IRKR, your host for this one-day event, a presentation recap of events from January 2024 to August 2024 of the Imperial CMYE-IRKR in harmony with the full corn, MAIZE/sunflower moon live call. Our moderator is Nanya Hare, and we begin with the reading of our pledge. Begin all acts breathing and think about saying Kalum, all, by way of the infinity flame of the dwellers, enthroned in the flower of fire, by way of a universal traveler, dweller-emperor, Samhu, a many-ray, single quote, Ade lo ye, in single quote, Zen Uru, smiley face. The pledge of the Imperial and Imperial Royal flags for the Imperial CMYE-IRK Republic for the country of United States, small s, As I stand beneath our sacred Imperial and Imperial Royal flags, I vow loyalty and obedience as I watch them fly to the imperial laws of our Imperial and Imperial Constitution that governs our Imperial and Imperial Royal Empire. To this cause, I hold my head up high. With honor, I pledge to protect and defend all within the Imperial and Imperial Royal Kingdom, both family and friend. To ensure that all have their equal rights, to this cause, I will lay down my very life. As I stand beneath our sacred Imperial and Imperial Royal and National flags, I vow loyalty, sincerity, and integrity with zeal. As I will, so mote it be. Chant the enchantment, and it is done. Chant the enchantment, and it is done. Chant the enchantment, and it is done. Ashe, so be it. So it is. It definitely shall be. Quote, Zen Uru and power we shall have, end quote. Thank you. Eesh. Know thyself, smiley face. The Imperial CMYE-IRK Republic for the country of United States, small s, quote, the oldest independent autonomous autochthon kingdom / nation on earth, end quote. On behalf of the Imperial CMYE-IRK Republic for the country of United States, small s, quote, the oldest independent autonomous autochthon nation / kingdom on earth, we welcome and thank you all for joining us for our live one-day recap of events from January 2024 through August 2024 of the Imperial CMYE-IRKR, honoring of the full corn, MAIZE, / sunflower moon live call. Each month, we pay homage to our celestial ancestors, rotating on the face of boundless space to accommodate the IRO-HEM and ECMYE-IRK Republic as we witness the magic of His Sovereign Majesty. Samhu, a many-ray, single quote, Ade lo ye, end single quote. As Mother Earth-Ta continues to balance and reveal secrets of the universe to humanity, tonight we will begin with the reading of our updated version of the Royal Bio for His Sovereign Majesty, continuing with the recap of events of the Imperial CMYE-IRK Republic for the country of United States, small s, in harmony with the Royal Bio for His Sovereign Majesty, questions and answers session. Then we will continue to review the Imperial and Imperial Royal Annals for the month of January through August 2024 with the recap, if allowed. Now, during our readings, there will be brief pauses between slides to allow questions and answers. Therefore, the following house rules shall be implemented. We ask that you speak clearly and respectfully when addressing His Sovereign Majesty. We ask that you keep your mics muted, videos off, and your comments, concerns, questions, or accolades reserved until the designated time to do so. For those logged into Zoom prior to speaking, we ask that you use the raise hand feature and wait for the host or moderator to call your affiliation name. Please limit your questions to a maximum of 2 and focus on the subject at hand. And always please state your appellation name clearly before speaking, asking your question. This is the IIEHU broadcast, corn/sunflower full moon live, 19 August celebration, 1700, 5 p.m. Eastern Standard, first year, fifth month, 14 day for the Imperial CMYE-IRK Republic for the country of United States. And now, I want to thank you for your cooperation and participation. And now I have the honor, the privilege, and the pleasure to present to you a universal traveler, ; dweller-emperor, ; Samhu, Amini-Ray, single quote, Ade Lo Yi, in single quote. Salam alaikum with magic, Emperor. How you be?
Salam alaikum, what's up, brother? Number National, what's up? Y'all ready?
Hey, how we doing out there, Number Nationals?
Yes.
Glad to have you all aboard. All right. That sounds real good. Got the water in the background going. Oh, that's smooth.
All right, let's get it.
Let's get it. The Sovereign Imperial Royal Empire presents the incarnation of Samhu, Amini-Ray, on Ta-Mother Earth as his Imperial Majesty, parentheses H.E.M. in parentheses. The ability to keep the earth, watch celestial occurrences, and continually evolve without measure. Rest in our ability as Nama Earth keepers to exercise our innate culture and the ability to govern self on our territory under our own venue and jurisdiction. We give thanks to H.E.M. for having the courage and tutelage for emerging on our sovereign government. Today, we present our Nama National Small N culture in harmony with the Namachi compass, showcasing the revised Imperial Royal Bio for H.E.M. and celebrating the creation of the Imperial CMYE-IRK Republic with a display of the Imperial and Imperial timeline. Sit back, absorb, and enjoy the ride. Yeesh. Then we have the Emperor's Royal Bio. I will begin the reading of the Royal Bio at the top, which we have our banners and our flag. Starting from the right, we have the Absolute Royal Sovereign Emperor's Imperial and Imperial Royal flag, Next to that, we have the Imperial Royal Office for his Imperial Majesty for the Imperial CMYE-IRK Republic Great Flag, Next to that, we have the Mir-More 48 Star of Peace, Full Faith and Sovereign Gold Credit Great Flag, Then to that, we have the Imperial CMYE-IRK Republic for the country of United States national flag, small s. The Imperial Royal House.
Hold on, anything, you got any questions on that, young brother? Any question on our flag?
Yeah, I do have a question on the Mir-More 48 Star of Peace, Full Faith and Sovereign Gold Credit Great Flag. Now, to someone who hasn't been attuned to the once a month meetings we've been having, full moon calls, could you again explain to them what that 48 Star of Peace, Full Faith and Sovereign Gold Credit Flag entails?
Oh, that's the well, that goes all the way back to the Al-Marak. It goes all the way back to Al-Marak, and when the you call them revolutionaries now. They was freeing themselves from Britain, from England, and they sought to fight a war called the Revolutionary War, and they was able to acquire a 100 million in gold loan from the emperor of Morocco. So that should shut everybody down out there that's claiming to be sultans and the emperor never lived and all that crap. Because I done proved that it's real. And that's why it's on our paperwork. And it's cop claim. It's my flag now, or our flag now. The goal of the republic followed the flag. Okay. So the last flag that it was docked under was the 48 star flag. So then the 50 star flag had to live longer than the 48 star flag, which just happened a couple of years ago. When was Bush? When was that other Bush guy that was in the race? When he run against Obama? When he run against Obama for the presidency? When in his speech he was saying that he was going to make Puerto Rico the 51st state. The reason why they said it that way, because the gold had to go under the 50 star flag now, because the 50 star flag has been flying longer than the 48 star flag. And now they got to come up with another nation flag, which would be the 51 state flag. So, but I came and got the gold. So they didn't have no reason to sign Puerto Rico in as the 51st state. They can keep the secure party. Jeb Bush, right, 216. They can keep the secure party in check in Puerto Rico without having to force them to keep that hidden secret. So now when I claim the gold back, and during the Dayton Miller era, and he went over there to copy claim this flag, where he did the 50 star flag. I'm still getting ready, so camera low. 50 star flag. He encountered hostility from the head to the point where all the Moors, so-called Moorish Americans out there, de facto Moors, was claiming that the gold was in Kentucky or all this kind of stuff. Flag is in Kentucky and Fort Knox, but the gold is at head. Part of UN structure. That's why the United States never run the UN like they run. Okay, so they lost that contract because I came to claim it, because only the Moor dash Muir can claim it, or the Muir dash Moor can claim it, not the Moorish movement or all that stuff that's out there preaching out there on the market under de facto status. So you had to have a de jure status. So to have a de jure status, well, you can come in and copy claim the 48 star because of what? You are the Muir the Moor. Because of the state we created. And that flag flying on my paperwork at a district court case against the post office that they hid from everybody. But y'all know on the call, y'all know on the ship. So the goal is under this flag here. So that's why you see it became what? The Mirror Dash Moore 48 star peace flag. It was a peace flag, okay? Full faith in what? Sovereign gold dash credit flag. Not just full faith and credit flag. It's backed by sovereign gold. So you got equity on that 100 million that we rolling on now while you moving your state. So it's on your paperwork. But that's your equity. That's your 48 star flag. That's why it's on your paperwork. So when you say you got a foundation, well, you got a foundation on.
I do.
See this flag here? If that ain't a foundation, what else is? See, now you got other people that trying to put in their paperwork, which is fraud. Well, you know, them de facto African Americans, they do everything. So you just got to sit back and just move on when you see them clowns coming. But now you have your court. So now these matters at hand, as we say, can come before the court, and they can come before the court and be adjudicated, because these jurisdiction, the 48 star flag, the red star and green flag, Morocco, Al Morocco. We in contract with Morocco with that flag. That's why we don't need flag. We just in contract with them through treaty. We have our own flags. That's why you see the red flag, the Empress flag. I raised it. See it up there. So then I came and did what? Put my crown on it. See it on here. See. All right. So then you see my flag, right here. And that's my new office flag. I have finally what? Open my office. You see? I've been working on this ship since it started. Imperial Chancellor everywhere. I just finally raised my flag for my office. Okay, so I finally came to my seat. So then under my seat, you gotta have equity, right? So there's your equity flag, and then you gotta have jurisdiction, right? Then you go down here on the end, right?
Right.
So now all your jurisdiction that you running under, you got 3 crowns here. You got a royal post, you feel me? You got that's executive, okay? You go on the forward left over here, you got the CMYE. That's the Constitution, Imperial Constitutional Monarch seal, you feel me? So you got executive monarch seal on the right, Imperial Constitution, well, you got an Imperial Constitution, not just Constitution, on the left, and then you got absolute seal in the center. See, so that took me over 20 years to get that right, you feel me? That makes sense to you?
Oh, yes, that makes a lot of sense.
So now you see when you come, you got to have them flying the right side, right way, okay? And then you show your jurisdiction. So now everybody know when you see our banners we don't put out on the market. Well, when you see that banner, all that banners come under this flag now. Even the 50-star United States flag come under my flag now. Now I don't come under people think like that's Arcade Republic. No, it comes under my flag. It can't come under that flag. It comes under my flag. You feel me? So that's why I was able to do what? Make it what? A vassal state. That's what it is. It's sitting on sovereign land that's being reclaimed and reestablished through what? Statehood. See, you got everybody talking about churches and religion and masjids and leaders of all the organizations. No, you got statehood here. Feel me? That's
Gotcha.
statehood. So you got statehood. That's a whole different venue. They can't even come and talk to you on your venue. They can't even form a question because they're so slave bound. Agents. See? So you got your jurisdiction. So you see these cats out here claiming to say they got some state. And they got some official that got some so-called forfeited, whatever. Ain't none of them that go for forfeited credit. You ain't seen one of them step out there and say they got forfeited credit, but me. You feel me? So that shows you right there, we on a whole total different level. And y'all going through the transition, and you see how hard that transition is, like they say, spirit is willing, soul is, all that, remember that saying back in the day. You feel it, but then when you get in it, you see it as easy as you thought it was to run your own state, right?
Right.
But once you get your marbles straight, you see how easy it becomes. So that's why you lock your doors. You got your own jurisdiction. Everything is locked down under you. Chief Black Eagle, all his stuff, Veridiosity, all her stuff, everything is locked down under you now. Because see, they got to come out on the market and bring a what? They got to bring a notice of accession superior to what we got out on the market. You feel me? And y'all know and I know they can't do that. So you got superior claim. So now you got your flag representing what? superior claim. So you come in as nominationals, right? So when they see nominationals approaching, you got superior claim, no touch. You move your own state. You paying everything. You got your own court, you got everything. So when they cross your venue, like a lot of them might have had, and you gave them that public notice a couple years ago, they just ignored it like they always do, but they feel like they superior and they are more by right. You feel me? Well, but be man enough like we did, go tell your slave master that you create your own state to get away from that shit. We ain't gonna come in and try to flip it and try to be UCC fanatics, try to offset debt, and don't have a venue. You can offset all that damn debt, you got a venue. But if you try to offset that debt under that venue, that's why you see the judges throwing the books at these cats. You feel me? When they come before. Other than that, they not gonna recognize it no way, because if they do what? They're giving the jurisdiction, right?
Right.
And they keep running over, they're trying to get jurisdiction or what we say, recognize. Well, tell them come produce something, show them where they come from, and show them you got a state. So you can talk statehood now. It's different than talking African American hood, isn't it?
Yes.
You know what Barry said, right?
Yeah.
So them flags, that's why them flags are there for. And that's why you show your jurisdiction. As we move further outside of this, now where we at since the mission and everything is done, you have no need of that, because you got letterheads now that you have and creating that go with all your paperwork to deal with states, because they already know who you is now. Everybody know who you is, or everybody know who we is. It's just they just waiting on us to make our moves. So they can't move and say what? They can't come and speak on behalf of the what? The sovereign. They got a live, real sovereign. Who created that? Who helped create it, bro? Because I was born it. I just grew into it. You feel me? So who helped create it? United States. You can't get mad at me. I told you United States. They made the sovereign emperor. See? They gave his signature full faith and credit, didn't they?
Yes.
Yes, they did.
Go talk to Georgia. Georgia made Chief Red Eagle Thunderfire what? A sovereign. See? They all know that. Can only happen once in a lifetime, right?
Yeah, and it happened.
What is it? What that general say? One in a tree. Say you come around one in a tree, your spirit. And see what, look what my spirit had to do. It had to come and do what? He had to come and create his own venue so it can survive. Because death don't exist where I come from. I come from the light. So death only exists because of the light. So you had to come create a venue because you is the light, and that light got to keep shining, but you came into a deaf world, right? You came around in a deaf world. You didn't get that, did you?
Yeah, he said
See,
you came
everything
up
died. It's death. See, because you can go out and get $1 million, but you still got to die. You can hope some nigga gonna save you from yourself. You feel me? Any name you want to make feel good, Jesus, Muhammad, but Mahdi, whatever, it make me no different. Because all of them vacated their post when I showed up. Because I got the master on back on my right side, so they know who the master is. Fire deity, not the master, some human. Master fire deity is on my side, like my brother. And so I'm getting ready to let him come and announce me. Since because there ain't no humans that ain't do it. So you know my boy's already ready up there, right? They
right.
just waiting on me. That's why I said I got a time, right? And I feel like we approaching that time. Don't you feel that way too?
I can feel it.
Getting
Yeah.
closer to that time. Certain wars and certain things going on in the world, man. We know how far we is behind the scenes. You feel me? And they can't hold you down forever. And now when you at notice of the session, you got right to do everything you want to do. So if they don't know what that is, that's why I say we got to move. If you're gonna go back over there and debate them cats and ain't got nothing to debate. They want to debate a book that somebody else wrote before they got here. and how they understood it, and how you supposed to have some fifth degree national being and all that. And I was like, everybody got something carried somewhere down the road for 40, 50 years. And you know what? They die out and another crew come in. That die out and another crew come in. And ain't nothing changing it. It's a cat and dog game all the way through. See, all them cats that are talking all that noise, creating all these wars now, death got a date for them too. But look how many people they taking with them, and they want some guy to come and save them from themselves. No, I came and raised the dead. So how did I raise the dead? See, certain contracts in here, you see, like, you see the Treaty of September? You see that? When you see the Constitution right there? And you see the Treaty of Peace and Friendship? See, them dead instruments. Treaties up trick, them dead. So you came along and raised the dead, see, to create your venue. But you got you're a light being. See, they think they take this boy named Jesus come and raise the dead of all the people that died. And you ask yourself a question, for what? If he says there's only 144,000, hell, you got 8 billion niggas in the world today. You feel me? So what this come and raise the dead syndrome they keep talking about this guy's supposed to come and do? He can't raise, I can't raise the dead, see? Who else come and raise the dead? You gotta have true sovereignty to come and raise the dead, right? So to prove you're a true sovereign, you gotta be able to raise the dead. Did I raise the dead, y'all?
Sure did.
Hey.
Raising an empire from his death.
Yes, Emperor.
Raise the dead. You got
Oh,
treaties.
yeah.
You got treaties that docked and archived that you came and raised up out of the dust. And they didn't know you can do it. And you proved it to everybody. But you come behind the scenes. Look how you was able to attach yourself to the Treaty of Berne and the Universal Postal Union. How you able to do that? Unless you took somebody as sovereignty. Whose sovereignty did you take? The United States Postal Service. But until you get your ship off the ground, they still running around with no plates on their vehicles, right?
Right.
See? But they know about you behind the scene. Why? Because you got 2 seats up there. You got 2 seats at the Board of Governors. Me and the Moon. I own both of them. From that contract they lost. Feel me? That's why you read that press, say that executive mission. You got a bill down there, right? True bill, don't you? That's where that true bill comes from. So they lost the case. They couldn't defeat the sovereign. Me. And you just see me travel right on up. And the elders came and gave me what I need when I needed, brought the people around me during the time that I need whatever. And look where we at now, right?
Right. Right.
So now you able to take a declaration decree that you wrote in 19 and write in one little paragraph, right? So that's good on the flag. Y'all good? That was cool. Wasn't
Good here.
That was good.
Salam alaikum with Magic Emperor. We have a question in the chat. I have a question in the chat from then the Shuja Ray. How has the design of our flag banner evolved over time, and what historical events or cultural influences contributed to its current form?
Just
growth.
that slogan we say in normal affirmation.
Everything
Slogan,
gets
don't you?
better, better, and better.
Not that one. That's all on the spot. At the beginning, I know what I said, right? What I said.
He got us on the spot right there. Let me go. Hold on.
In the step,
It says, what's the solid rule?
A dedicated determination to be a non-national and not someone or anyone else.
That's the whole journey for that question, okay? Defining who you is.
Right.
And so the flags and seals, everything grew because they lied. So but they was in certain position before. As you grew, they moved around. And so now you get ready at this level, you get ready to take them all down because what? You got new energy. So you get ready to make some of them obsolete and bring new ones in. Because
Right.
you have evolved upon that solemn rule. You know what I'm saying? So Jar, that's the embassy government view of matter for embassy. And I took my part of it and created CMYE by the sovereignty that I have from the Crown Prince of the Washita, nationalizing me as the chief of the Washita. And then testing the waters, and Obama knew constitutional law. So he responded outside of presidential writings because, yeah. So he told you the United States that you sent him was a cruise ship, not a speedboat. So you had to grow into that. Part of that growth was what? Chief Black Eagle had 10 years on the contract we established with the embassy government.
Right.
So he was saying what in that cruise ship speedboats, that if Chief come up and Chief Black Eagle come out and do what he's supposed to do, well, I would have transcend everything. We would have sat down at the table and transcend everything to where it's supposed to go. But when he didn't do that, he abdicated his seat. So I already put the Imperial CMYE government in place just in case the embassy ceased to exist like it did. Because he never systematized the government in 10 years on the contract with forfeiting credit. So then that was a part of it too, growing into your forfeiting credit and then having Dave Miller around going through the true language, quantum physics, and mathematician, everything evolved and learning from that arena. You had to step away from everybody because everybody want to draft their paperwork like that guy up in Philly, the more American paperwork. And they kept telling inside the paperwork, you're going to change this appellation, this, all this legal, what they call jogging to me. And it didn't make sense. You got a venue. As soon as you nationalize with that venue, you is who you is. Whatever that venue have established and are going to establish that you're going to help create. That's how you change. You don't need all that paperwork because it does just what that paperwork says it's going to do. You get people out there on the market and they stop putting that paperwork in all these different venues and they don't need to be in nobody venue but their own. You feel me? So you learn through that and you see everybody attaching themselves to Drew Ali's corporation in 1929 to 28 up in Chicago, and they trying to create a venue from that corporation license that they got from Cook County. And so you know, and they want to debate, but your debate is I want to get outside of the Social Security contract. So when we got to that level of learning about the Social Security Sum Trust, then it became what? Well, where can you dock it at? Where can you dock? They're not going to transfer that trust over that they can dock it somewhere. You feel me? So you had these cats want to collect off of that. And I said, well, that don't make sense. And they said, what you mean? I said, well, you tell me the queen going to, well, she was living then, de facto queen living. I was saying, well, you tell me the queen going to cash out her bond and then deposit into her bank for you? I said, that don't make sense. But look how many people out there try to sling that paperwork, right?
Right.
So you had to step away and stay behind the scenes. You feel me?
Right.
you know, you had the religious cults out there saying you got to believe this to get saved, and you say, well, you still buy eggs with the Queen credit card. You feel me?
Right.
So you can't save yourself till you get your own venue, right?
If
So
you
we
want to
had to
save
learn the
yourself.
venue that we created. So what's the job?
I said, if you want to save yourself, yes.
Hey, they say Jesus coming. That nigga ain't gonna show up. He can't. They ain't got no way out now. Oh, that's right. They got Trump. I forgot. Sorry. He the new savior for them niggas. What they got? They ain't got nothing. And now they got Kamala, right? Sisters coming out. More power. Sisters. Whatever. For our contract, right?
Right.
I explained that to y'all months ago, remember? I said, y'all fucked up like what? Let the Congress, the Senate, the courts, everything controlled by who? Attorneys. Now you got her as attorney, and she's running for the highest office now, which is cool to me, but they ain't gonna give you no justice anyway. And you got all these people jumping. Then you got the mafia boy on this side, and you got the ball on this side. Let's see how that thing work out, right?
Man.
Yeah, but it's like you said earlier, they vying for the highest seat in the vessels in a vassal state.
That's a state. So
Because that 50 star has to ride under yours, your sovereign, the absolute royal sovereign dash empress, imperial and imperial royal flag.
listen, it's been riding under that sovereignty since June 26, 2005. We just had to figure it out. Question?
Is
One
that
question?
because
I give you one look. You living in the United States of America, right? And you
yeah,
got a 50-star flag, right?
yeah.
So why would you have to recommission this flag on June 26, 2005? That's a good question, right?
Oh, yes, a real
Great
good question.
question.
Yeah.
And then what follows?
Yeah, they haven't decommissioned it. See, I'm flying it, ain't
Mm-hmm.
it? Isn't that? And that's something, but they didn't tell Fox News.
Raise the dead.
That flag had been recommissioned 26 June 2005. Who was sitting as a chief of commander in chief at that time of the embassy government? Chief Black Eagle Thunderbird, right? Isn't his Earth Day on 26 June?
Right.
Well, then they start the UN on 26 June.
Right.
And now you got the 48-star flag get recommissioned on 26 June.
Mm.
Y'all can catch that one, maybe. He was sitting as a head of state. So that's why I told y'all when you see down here, you see this multi-appropriate right here. That's why I told y'all that was the first time on official record. Because that boy down in like that that de facto boy down in the Klan, he had took this boy completely away from the government to make people think he was the head of staff or chief of the government. No, he chief of the Klan. Because Chief Black Eagle made him chief of the Klan. Well, Chief Black Eagle made him chief of the Klan, Chief Black Thunder, what he called himself down there? De facto Thunderbird. Well, Chief Black Eagle made him a Klan chief forever. So that made he was head of state, not this cat down in Georgia. So when he lost his privileges as that full faith and credit he was under, that's why I told people back then, I said, why he just don't walk out? Because, they blocked me from sending him anyway. 50, 11 times at least. So then they can ask the question, you gonna force yourself out? No, he can walk himself out. If he recognize who he is. If he want to be that boy Dwight York, he can stand there for 135 years. But if he recognized himself as Chief Black Eagle, he could have walked out a lot of years ago. Y'all think I'm bullshit, right?
That's deep. That's heavy right there.
Because he was head of state. He had a state 10 years. If they got me on record as head of state now, you feel me? Because of what we done did and moved the state.
Mm-hmm.
But they had him down as head of state, not know the fact though that he signed his life over to his family to get locked up for 135 years. Now he got all these saving agents around here. You feel me? That's all he got is agents. Trying to claim he a savior. He couldn't save himself. How they gonna save him? The books, some actual facts books, that bull crap they selling. They can't even say they sell. They sell actual facts with the Queen's credit card or King's now. Credit card in their pocket. Cost some niggas for whatever they say. What is it? Cash out shit. But they got a savior, they claim, and they got actual facts, they claim, and they can't get them out of the venue. If I say shit don't make sense. 20 years now, you see another crew coming around, right? Somebody gonna save you from you. I came and gave you a venue and you say your damn self, you feel me? And I tell you, ain't nobody supposed to like me, right?
Right. Right.
Somebody had to do it right.
Right.
And I just don't let that go over your heads. The venue and the jurisdiction. It's right there
That's it.
in those flags and the banner right in front of your face.
Right. But you see it everywhere. You know how far I'm out there. So you know, it ain't like I'm talking to those citizens of the United States. No, I talk to governments. I talk to kings. I talk to presidents. I talk to popes. And they know exactly who I am. They wrote stuff on me, like the motu proprio. You heard of that one? Well, he wrote that called me. What I sent him was the Constitution and a Declaration of Independence from everybody. So we told him way back then we didn't want Jesus, Muhammad, Buddha. We don't want none of that.
Right.
What did he say? What did
Absolutely.
he say in the motu proprio? He said, yo, cut it. He
Mm,
said, cut it. He said, well, the boy, whoever here, he said, that boy got some shit coming with him. Y'all seen me grow in 10 years, right?
right.
Right.
Everything 10-year contract. First 10 year was dealing with the chief. We had to sit back and wait, but I had to prepare on the other side because I had that venue from the Washington. Then I had to merge everything together. So you couldn't do that when you had a lot of people following you or whatever. You know? That's why you got stuff like this. You can carry around the world. You can go everywhere. All right. Yeah, that's locked up, thrown in the jail. You know, so
Yeah.
that's why we look at situation with the red and green flag. That stuff got coming before our court. So we can't even deal with these cats out here that's claiming that stuff because Morocco, it's treaty with the United States. So that's why you ain't seen Morocco step away and do nothing. They say something to the United States, and the United States get on the cops and everything, do their best to slow it down, but you can't hide from history, you feel me? So the cats feel like it's part of our history, which it is. You got to create your own venue from it, like I did. They ain't been able to create nothing but some books. You had all of them, right? Constitution, worth a damn, right? Because y'all know what the Constitution means now, right?
Oh yeah.
Y'all see this ring right here?
Yeah.
You see that ring? Y'all see it?
Yeah. Can you tell us about it?
See that ring?
Is that a sphinx head?
Yeah, is it thing said?
See it, right?
Yeah.
The
Sam
Egyptian.
who? Cool.
You know where I got that ring from? Got that ring for education. It's place up in Virginia. I was traveling through. Y'all know me and the beach, so one of my destinations is that's why I go to Virginia Beach to go to the labyrinth and everything that's up there now. Education place. So we always shop, go in, you know, do everything we do up there. Well, this trip, you know, they didn't have nothing in our because see, Nine Bing was living in, so Nine Bing had every damn thing. You feel me? So everything they had, I was like, get up Nine Bing. You know, they ain't had nothing. So I asked the lady at the counter, and I said, y'all, she asked, you know, I think little moon rings, I think we were getting. She's like, anything else? I'm like, nah, you ain't got nothing real I'm looking at, you know. She said, you sure? And I said, nah, everything right here I done seen, I'm good. And I said, well, wait a minute. What's that over there in the corner? He said, what corner? I said, that left back corner over there. She said, ain't nothing supposed to be over there because we just clean it. We clean it every night, clean it, put it back in. I said, there's a ring right there. She said, she opened up. She said, whoa, where did it come from? And they called around everything. Had to get a price on it. And they called the guy that's out there was walking out talking about Eddie Casey. He called him and he said that ring has been seen since that ring was sent to him from Egypt. A guy made it specially for Eric Casey, and he died while he was en route. So that ring was never worn by Eric Casey. And he was shocked that it appeared for me to get. And he said on the phone, he said, well, if it's for him, it's meant for him. So they put a price on it. They put $300 on, $325 something on it. And I gave him $325 for it. He said, it's meant for him. He showed up. But that ring was when they did the research on it, that ring was made in Egypt, especially for Eric Casey. You see it's on my finger now, right?
Wow.
And they did the
yeah.
Go ahead.
Is that lapis lazuli? It's like a nice blue. It's a
look at it.
Yeah.
The graphics of it.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's right. Yeah.
Oh, damn.
Nice.
And it fits perfect.
Yeah, my pinky.
Wow. Wow.
It fits perfect my pinky, so I figured Eddie Casey was been a short guy or something. But it's perfect pinky finger. Pinky ring.
Wow.
See, so that's through my travel. You see how things happen?
Yeah.
And y'all know what happened yesterday at Park, so we ain't got to talk about that. But you see how shit that happen every time we flow? Because we nominational. We energy. And you collecting yourself. But you ain't got no fear no more. You ain't supposed to, right? Somebody still got fear. I know you 58 going on 58 number 3, so we know you done mastered it. You and the master. You getting us there, but death's still a motherfucker.
Yeah, you getting us there.
My brother, I ain't got nothing to deal with him. He got a job to do. I told him to get all my damn enemy. How you like me now? All right, so what else you got?
Moderator, do we have any more questions in the chat? Or
Yeah, we have one more question in the chat again from Shuja Ray. What are the symbolic meanings behind the colors and the symbols used in our flag banner, and how do they represent the values and heritage of our nation?
Yeah, my royal seal, you can go to by the Chief Black Eagle, and that was kind of designed to the point where the Moor and the Yamasee, the two tribes, more. That's what that seal represents. Then you got the 6-pointed star, of course, and you got the and you got the 9 feathers on the end, of course. You see, but that represents the old native Moor flag. That's seal. That's why I'm the Moor. That's the great seal.
Right.
That's on my arm. You feel me? Then you got my coat of arms still on the other side. That's dweller. These are the dwellers. Y'all know Selma, what their name?
Containers, Puertas,
Yeah,
Guyana.
All the dollars.
Again. Talking about the dwellers now. Come on. You got Selma. What you got? They gave you Selma. What's Selma they gave you?
Thomas.
Some beta.
All at one time with one.
Don't you go.
the 7 deities, Utanis, Kuertis, Chital, and Goyana, Huertal, Simbeta, Ardal, and 7 Aliums.
Yeah.
So you got those 7 dwellers, right?
Yeah.
See, you brought in Elohim. There ain't no Elohim. Elohim is Mikael, Gabriel, and them boys. These are the 7 dwellers. Now, what their name again?
Utanis, Kuertes, Chital, and Goyana, Huertal, Simbeta, Ardal.
Ardal. There you go. I don't know why they scared to tell you. Get the F out of there.
Hey, got the ship. I'm going.
Hey, you don't know this stuff, man. For real.
For real.
So you got 7 dwellers that we call every day. you know, so that's part of our culture. And we call ourselves Elohim, you know them. See? So when you go out on the market and you talk to people, and they got all these damn crosses, they got all the aunts, they got all this paraphernalia, they got all these churches, masjids, everything. And you ask them, they tell you everything about that book. And you just say, well, watch the 7 angels. And I ain't found one yet knew them. Seriously, I ain't found one Christian that knew the 7 Elohim. Not one. No Muslim, none of them. Ain't nobody Gabriel, Michael. They don't know them though. But they claim to be something, right?
Right.
All right, so what they name, y'all?
Mikael, Gabriel, Raphael, Israel, Uriel, Uziel, Israel.
See? Ain't that hard work.
Nah.
And you got these people claiming they got some belief system. And they got some God gonna save them. They don't know the boy's name. They so disrespectful, they gonna call it what they want. You know, Jay came along the last, right? So he show up, they say, they know he ain't showing up with my bloodline. I'm the one now. So they gonna say he gonna call him Jesus. He's supposed to respond to that bullshit, right? You see? That's how you gonna be able to tell Antichrist, right?
Right.
Because they're gonna call him Jesus, he gonna respond. So he got to be anti, because Jay don't even represent nothing. He's going back to Ye, he's going back to Yahshua. And you can go on back to another one. A couple of them, fall, I'm sure, but it don't make no difference now because I'm here. I'm the seal of that seal or that bloodline. It's gonna be complicated for some because I grew up just like y'all, smoked weed like y'all, drunk like y'all, went to y'all schools, had girlfriends, got kids. You feel me? So they, oh, you here? Okay, well, that's what they say. Then you do things that humans don't do. So you can't go tell nobody. Then they put you in crazy house. Because they ain't never seen nothing like that before in your life, you know. And then you go get water fall on your head and you see a light orb around you. So they can't come and dictate your journey. So when they can't come dictate your journey, they call you anti or something, whatever. But I've been against that guy ever since I was 7, 8 years old. When he didn't come when he didn't raise my granddaddy from the dead. I was done with him then. So they forced me in the church. I said, for what, you know. Went to the masjid, wasn't nothing there. Went to Egyptology, wasn't there, nothing there. Went to the Nation of Islam, wasn't nothing there. Went to the Moorish American, nothing there. Went to the Nawabians, Doc was pretty good. He brought right knowledge, so that was cool to help align me. But once they took him off the scene, you know, that you got the old books, you good. All that new stuff they talking, that's them. They ain't got no light where I come from. So you got to keep developing you. So that's why I came like I came. So now you see how big this state is. And, you know, you got so much room to grow and develop. But you got to leave all that old stuff alone. And a lot of you trying to bring it over. You feel me? And you see I stand at that gate because it ain't got nothing to do over here. You should be willing to let that stuff go. They can't, you know, because we had that guy on the call back then, what was his name, Sequin. So he might just show up. Still be crazy, right?
I hope and wish.
So you got a state now. You got a sovereign on the scene, recognized by the whole world, behind the scene. And now they get ready to bring you in front of the scene. You feel me? So y'all get ready to run the ship. So this call here is like updating the main points from January all the way down to now, and updating this bio because that's officially on the market now. That's officially signed in document you're reading. I had posted up there before a couple of, and the executive mission, that's official now. I had put them on the Apple still now, you feel me? And sent them out. So it's officially on record now. So you're reading official records here. That's right, the 12th of July, you said that on the end. So we kept updating it, you feel me? Because you got to keep growing. You feel me? So you got to keep growing. So there's no, see, so that's the 12th one. That's July 12th. See, so that's the latest. And now I don't need to touch it no more. So that's why we keep moving. But now you got everything you need. Movie theaters, whoever want to do a movie on your life, you get involved. Then when that bio, look how much research they got to do. You feel me? But you can't, you only would do probably one of them. You feel me? You probably do one with them. Because the rest of the story has to be made on their own venue. Because they got to tell the story. If you let them tell it, aside for the first one, if you let them tell it, they can never tell you the story about Mary Magdalene. They never need to go. They would never carry you all the way back through the monarchy line of the kings of France, because I'm King Louis the 20th. So if I'm Louis the 20th, it's one of my titles. Well, you got 19, 18, 17, 16, all the way down. You feel me? So when they do that research, you see my appellations. And yeah, I'm stepping on seeing who I am right now. But you see, I got other appellations alone. But as I'm moving the ship, I'm His Sovereign Majesty now. You feel me? Emperor Sam Lum that's Ray. Put my day low, end quote. So the world scene, they frustrated because they were just getting used to Khufu. You feel me? And then you move it on up to another level. So you upset a lot of people, but they don't realize you constantly growing and you constantly developing. So you had to get to that universal level name where I'm at now. And then what eventually came? Sovereign Imperial Royal Empire. For the 580 million, me, the master, if I did, the master, my brother, and 579 million. 999,999 immortal five beings. Now you had to come and dock them in your home. So now their home is what? Under the Imperial Sovereign Royal Empire. And now from that international universal entity now you see we coming on down to my office and Imperial CMYE-IRK Republic, which is the country of the United States, which is what? Al-Marak. People don't understand that. Country of the United States is Al-Marak. They just docked it over in King Morocco under the embassy as the country of the United States. So when people say, what country you from? You say United States of America. Ain't no damn country. That's the fact, though. Country is the country of the United States. Not the United States country of. That's why, then that's now what? Imperial CMYE-IRK Republic. So as you moving your state out, they got to pay you state taxes now in your state because they're on your land. So you don't care what they done. Drew a line around and said Alabama, Georgia, North Carolina, South Carolina, Florida, all that. Oh, that's all your land. All them things. You say, cool. How many niggas you got down there? 10 million? Okay. Well, they got to pay a tax now. Outside of the federal government, Social Security tax, and state tax. They got to pay you a tax because they're on your damn land. So all them cats that claim they got some organization, they gonna have to pay you tax too. That's why you ain't got time to deal with it. You feel me? I ready for that one, right?
Right. But I'm glad you brought up the Imperial CMYE-IRK Republic for the country of United States, that state's smallest national flag. I was going to ask you that question, and you just brought it up. That's Al-Marak to those who don't know.
Oh, you got all that jurisdiction on you.
Yeah,
it's the country. So when they doctored on the embassy, they doctored at the country of the United States. So that's what the country is. This is a corporation though. Here, go check Delaware record. You go check Delaware record book, state at the Capitol, or what is it, recording, and they tell you United States is a corporation. Take when it got established and everything.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what you operate now. That's why you got $36 trillion in debt, because the corporation. A corporation set up the way they set it up is what? Doomed to fail. That's why it's falling. They can blame everybody they want but itself, but it was doomed to fail from the start. You have nowhere to offset the debt. So when the Moors got there to tell them to offset the debt, you see how they were getting them out of that school? Then they were trying to offset the debt so they can keep the system. But then Social Security Civil Trust involved, and it's a trust that they borrowing from or paying the bills on, so they got to do what? They definitely got to pay the trust back, right?
Oh yeah, their time is
So
up.
That's right. So they can't say they're gonna wipe out the debt. So it's a big form bullshit, right? You feel me?
Right.
Everybody think Bitcoin, whatever. They can't get outside that trust. They got to pay their debt back. If they can't pay their debt back, what it's gonna be? Continuous wars, because military bring money in and they control and can take rights away anytime doing them type of activity. And that's why you see it's going on now. But all this will come as I come to my seat, it's gonna get worse. You ain't seen nothing yet. Sun gonna get worse, the earth gonna get worse, tornadoes gonna get worse, hurricanes gonna get worse, volcanoes gonna be erupting everywhere. Come to my seat. You bring that kind of excitement. Y'all call it destruction. We call it excitement.
I like that.
There you go.
So y'all see me, I call hurricane, so. So you see that being inside of me, is that light? Well, you got that same light.
Yeah.
And you see me, I come to give you light, because I know I gotta give you that quote, right? We have many mansions, you feel me? They say many mansions in my father's house. Yeah, I couldn't give you that one, right? I said, y'all got so much.
We can have that one.
See? So it just coming in a different format than they used to, right?
Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
So as y'all move in y'all state, y'all see how important it is, right? You see the whole energy starting to change it.
Yeah. For sure.
In your way. It's been your way because you've been behind the scene. They just couldn't talk to you or talk about you. They can talk about you behind the door, not in front of the door. So we've been knowing about that since 2004. So people and check on me what they say, oh, you have a state. And you see people like, huh? Yeah, he had a state. He got his own state. He's famous. He created his own damn state. So now we pushing this famous out there on the market because you got your own state. Ain't nobody touch it. Now you got your session out. You close the door, right?
That's right. Uh-huh.
Because they don't realize the cats out there, little small talk guys out there on the market. They don't realize that they had a venue, they would have had to write something to challenge my notice of session. But since they can't get out of niggerhood or corporation hood or what you call that, straw man hood or whatever, they couldn't get out of it. So they can't even respond. But they get out there on Facebook, put a flag up and say, we this, we that, we this, and they can't even write a session of nothing. They can't even write a session to themselves. they ain't even outside the birthright contract. But they got a state or they got an organization that's gonna free you from a birthright trust contract that you don't have no contract of. You gave it up through what? UCC 3-419. Why did I say that? That's signed by accommodation. How can they sign by accommodation? Well, because your mama signed you over to the state. And once your mama signed you over to the state, they picked up a contract. So now they can sign by what? Accommodation. So now y'all got full understanding that, right?
Right.
Oh yeah.
All right, y'all sound now. Y'all good?
Good. Good.
Yeah.
Good protector.
Real good protector.
We have a
What
question.
we got? Any
We have a
more?
question. Yeah, we have a question in the chat from Masaro Tun Rehu. Your Imperial Majesty, do you have any prospects that you are considering filming your documentary and journey?
I not really. I got a blueprint to create my own damn uniform. I got the blueprint from head to toe to create a movie theater, but but far as um putting it out there at that moment, no. But if you got something, get in contact with me. I ain't got no problem. It's just, um, they got to make sure they're gonna do it right. But the brother that looked at it before down in Georgia, he came back and said, remember now that was when, let me see. Well, you gotta realize now he only seen the Constitution, y'all. So I gave him the Constitution. Okay, so that was way back in 13, 14, all right? Or 15, maybe 15. Okay. So he came back and said that he see 33-hour Netflix. Each one is 3 hours long, 30 of them. All right. So then when he went and dug a little deeper, because they got researchers, they go do their research. And he called me and asked me about the Demon Song rules. And when I broke that down to him, he carried that back. He came back and said 60 to 70 because of the research they got to do to make all these. He said that's a series, 60 episodes, 3 hours apiece. So that's a lot, right?
6 seasons,
For
10
real.
episodes each.
Yeah.
But you can't put 3 hour shows on Netflix. You can. It's like, yeah, you can. But the attention span is so well, we can make it exciting. You know how to do things. But yeah, if you got something for me, bro, just let me know. I ain't got no problem.
Yeah, responded, will do, Your Majesty, trying to put together my resume for Nama. That's all good. I'd love to film it. So,
No problem. You know me, I said, let's do it, right? Everybody gotta get paid, right?
Right, right.
Good looking, bro.
But the rest of the big bulls out there now, Tyler Perry and them, they can't test me because they're agents. They know all about me, but they can't touch me because they're agents. And the United
Oh,
States, they don't, just like on the UN level, the United States control, you know, we ain't gonna call that country out. When that country wasn't checked, see, they found out certain things about us that nobody knew about. Some of y'all didn't know about it, did you? And so when they went to the head people, they said, yeah, he's a sovereign emperor. Well, that automatically gives you the authority to write your own movie. You got full payment credit, do anything you want. So you got a story, you got a movie. Remember I told you about that attorney down in Georgia said? She asked me, she said, well, who are you? I said, I'm Cooper Red News, East South and there, foreign national own country. She said, okay, I can talk to you now. I said, well, talk about what? She said, well, I got a call from the Attorney General at 6 o'clock in the morning. And she wanted to talk about your case and your lottery winnings. And she talked till 11 o'clock. And she said, now, one thing that lady said had anything to do with your winning. She said, now, you got a defamation character case. That's why homeboy said it. The Georgia governor said, oh, yeah, he good spit. I said, huh? She said, now, you got a defamation of character case. She said, so that kept her digging. So they got judges that represent their attorney firm that sits on the bench. And they had a state court judge, superior court judge, and they had one on Supreme Court. And she went all three of them. She said that the bottom one, he only been on the bench a couple of years, so he faintly haven't really heard anything about me. But she said if she got to the superior court, he said, oh yeah. Yeah, he got to stay the best kept secret though. So she said, he got to stay. He said, yeah, you got to go stay. So she said she took it up further. It went up to the Supreme Court. And that lady said, yeah, he's just the best kept secret. In other words, they can't talk about me. They can talk about me behind the door. They can't talk about me in front of the door. You feel me? But they know about me, us. They just can't come in and help you build what you're building because it'll be them cutting their own throat because they gave you more authority than them. But a lot of people don't get that yet, though. Feel me? But they're growing to it. That help you out?
Yes. Yes, it does.
All right, where's we at? What we got? Y'all know there's a super full blue moon out there, right?
Right.
Yo, that energy is crazy. So, manifest on what you want. Don't do your best not to manifest on nothing negative. I mean, just to manifest on something you want. You want to be rich? Manifest on it. You want to be poor? Manifest on it. You want to be fat? Manifest on it. You want a new girlfriend? Manifest on it. Whatever, that brings some good energy because it's full moon. You ain't getting there nothing like this. Not with line gate just and just getting over. But you still in residue of line gate. And if you had any project you working on before the retrograde came in, them projects good. That's why we keep moving. But that retrograde energy, it's not no bad energy. You know how to use it. You just got so much out there on the market right now. So if you got little affirmations like y'all need to write them like 3-4 times. I wrote mine 3 times today. So, let's keep that positive energy because the energy in that blue moon, we're seeing right now. We came in 246 today with 1426. And it's gonna last 1426 tomorrow. So you got this full moon we got now after this call. If you got a sweat lodge or sweat, you need to sweat. If you want to go work out, sweat, you need to work out, sweat in the morning before 2 o'clock. So you get that energy. Gotta get this energy, y'all. Gotta get it in. You did that money rich on Friday, you good. You know what I'm saying? You got all kind of energy going on. So you just gotta make yourself positive for this blood moon, this blue moon energy, full moon. And you seen that moon last night, you see it tonight, you're gonna see it tomorrow night and Wednesday night. So you got a whole lot of energy out there. You feel me? So that's why you see our paperwork out there on the market right now, certain things behind the scenes. You see that it's out there? We hit it perfect, didn't we? We hit that, we hit it perfect, didn't we?
Right.
Put it out there. Put
Perfect.
it in the universe.
Right. Oh, yes.
Perfect time.
You see all the energy on your paperwork now. Because you working on way for the retrograde. So the retrograde ain't got nothing to do with what you got out on the market now. So you just keep moving. So now y'all know what y'all putting out there. Get ready to put out there by the end. I ain't gonna say by the end of the month. But we never have that by September, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But y'all got to roll. And so that's where we at now. So it's a lot of work we're doing behind the scenes. So we can't come out here every night and do what we do with people. If people want us to. We got a lot of work behind the scenes. Now y'all get ready to get certain paperwork. So y'all got a whole lot of work y'all gotta be doing, right?
Right.
Right.
Ready.
You see how life's gonna be as a normal diplomat, right?
Oh
How
yeah.
you gonna be, right?
Oh yeah. It's gonna be
That's
beautiful.
the rest everybody on the ship.
It's gonna be
You can't be
number
nothing but
time.
a normal diplomat. So you gotta roll. Feel me? How you? We ain't got past first page call back.
Yeah, hey, I was just about to say, protected. You done dropped so many bombs already. We ain't even got to the.
That's the first
Okay,
line.
all right. Well, we're on the raw bio. Let me go ahead and I mean, as you can see already,
Go
we
ahead
done.
and run it down.
Yeah, I mean, okay, yeah. As you can see already, we done gave you a full headline tour of the banners and the flags. So I'm gonna go ahead into the first paragraph right here, and then we're gonna read the royal bio. The Imperial Royal House of Tunica Thunderfire and the Imperial Royal House of Samson L. Samhu Ray herewith ordained by decree and declared active and in single quote force the Imperial Royal Office for his Imperial Majesty dated 22 January 2024 / notice of accession for the IROHEM and ECMYE-IRKR / IMYRS file numbers : NOARAD/2024-000000001, the NOAVCLT-000000002, the NOACRTAP-000000003, the NOAC-000000004. Effective date 13 June 2024, quote, retroactive to imperial and imperial executive missions. Effective date 3 December 2023 to 31 August 2023 / notice of appointment, amendment, and imperial CMYE-IRK Republic for the country of United States small s. Effective date 28 June 2023 to effective date 8 January 2023, parentheses, imperial and imperial royal diplomatic decree, in parentheses, to effective date 21 June 2022, parentheses, royal public notice and royal press release to the world, in parentheses, to effective date 18 March 2022, parentheses, imperial motu proprio / official royal decree public notice to the world, in parentheses, quote, in harmony with the be it decree equity contracts, full colon, Emperor's Directive -00040ZA. All right, hold on. Gotta let it hiccup there. Hold on, let me all right. Let me get back my area. The Emperor's Directive -00040ZA / Imperial Constitution for the Imperial Royal Kingdom, ECMYE-IRK, via Emperor's Directive 0004Z, effective dates 4 April 2014 per 3 April 2013, / Imperial Constitution of the Continental Mauritius Yamashi Empire, parentheses ICCMYE, in parentheses, full colon, to Emperor's Directive -0003Z, full colon. Notification of diplomatic arrival, notice of apostille, and official act of state, effective date 9th April 2009, to Emperor's Directive -0001, parentheses, CMYE, USA small u / USA all caps, in parentheses, full colon, effective date 18th July 2007, to effective date 4 March 2004, / claim of claim of d life, parentheses CL, in parentheses, to effective date 11 February 2004, / United States of America State Department, parentheses minor, in parentheses, apostille verification numbers, full colon 04010010 and 04010010-1, full colon. 2. The aegis of the Treaty of Berne and Constitution of the Universal Postal Union. Effective date 30 September 2003, quote, retroactive to 9 October 1874, end quote, full colon. 2. Effective date 20 June 2003, / the state of Georgia, parentheses major, in parentheses apostille verification number, full colon, 5604B, USA all caps, full colon. 2. Effective date 13 June 2003, parentheses Yamasi Mer nationality YM, in parentheses, full colon. 2. Effective date 9 May 2003, parentheses Washita Mer nationality WM, in parentheses, full colon. Pursuant to the single quote sovereign state and single quote Yamasi Native American government via Mount single quote Arafat Embassy UN, full colon, 208-1992 USA small u / USA all caps, effective date 19 June 2003, full colon, in harmony with the quote sovereign state, end quote, United Washita de Mania UN, 215-1993 USA small u / USA all caps, effective date 20 March 2003, full colon. 2. effective date 28 January 1837, / Treaty of September 16, 1836, pursuant to the Constitution for the United Small U States of America, USA Small U, effective date 17 September 1787. 2. Treaty of Peace and Friendship, effective date 18 July 1787. Quote, retroactive to 23 June 1786, end quote. 2 Treaties of Utrecht, effective year 1713. To the beginning of recorded history / our - story as recorded in the stones at Uwaxitan just off the Yucatan Peninsula via sovereign imperial royal empire, and into the future in perpetuity ad infinitum. Joy - joy. Yeesh. Nunc pro tunc in Yamashik and hieroglyphic. The Imperial Royal Office for His - Imperial - Majesty presents His - Imperial and Imperial - Majesty, Emperor, Samhu, a mini - Ray, single quote, Ade Lo Yi, end single quote, Khufu - Ranub - Zodak Samson - Air, Protector. 8th Marquis de Maison Rouge, Thunder - 5 / King Louis XX, Sovereign Crown Prince, Darius Zodak, and Yamashik. Hereafter, H.E.M. Emperor, Samhu, a mini - Ray, single quote, Ade Lo Yi, end single quote, ipso jure, ipso facto, interregnum, de jure lodium, jus soli, jus in use hereditatis, jus in use gladi, jus in use honorum, jus in use imperii, jus in use majestatis, and solo proprio, for the country of United States (States) / Imperial Maurice al Moroccan, parentheses a Mexim, in parentheses, Empire, via His Imperial Majesty's Royal Post, pursuant to the Continental Maurice Yamashi Empire - Imperial Royal Kingdom, henceforth the Imperial CMYE-IRK Republic, for the country of United States (States) parentheses ECMYE-IRKR, in parentheses, head of state and missions for the Imperial Royal Office for His - Imperial - Majesty, parentheses IROHEM, in parentheses, exercises plenary civil power upon the land, USA small u, via the General United States of America / Republican form of government known as the United States of America Major, including Supreme s authority, Imperial and Imperial land rights, Imperial equity and heritage rights, Imperial and Imperial territorial sovereignty, Imperial treaty rights, Imperial and Imperial constitutional rights, dominion, autonomy rights, allodium estate rights, Imperial white privileges, venue, amity, commerce, navigation, Imperial treaty t / treaty rights, full faith and sovereign gold credit, Westphalian sovereignty s, foreign sovereign immunities, jurisdictional immunities of the state, diplomatic immunities, and all constructive agreements / intentions and matters for the Imperial CMYE-IRK Republic for the country of United States (States) internal, local, and international affairs, for the Imperial and Imperial Royal Crown executive powers via the Imperial Royal Office for His - Imperial - Majesty, effective date 12 June 2024, parentheses notice of accession, for the IROHEM and ECMYE-IRKR / IMYRS file numbers, NOARAD /2024-000-00001, the NOA VCLT-000-00002, the NOA CRTAP-000-00003, the NOAC-000-000-004, in parentheses, 2 Imperial and Imperial - Executive Missions, dated 12 July 2024, effective date 3 December 2023, to notification of appointment, parentheses amendment, in parentheses, effective date 31st August 2023, quote, Retroactive to Imperial and Imperial Royal Diplomatic Decree, effective date 8 January 2023 to effective date 21 June 2022. Parentheses. Royal Public Notice and Royal Press Release to the World, in parentheses, to the effective date 18 March 2022, parentheses, Imperial and Imperial motu proprio / official royal decree public notice to the world, in parentheses, end quote. Pursuant to the be it decree equity contracts, Emperor's Directive 00040Z small a / ECMYE-IRK via Emperor's Directive 00040Z, effective dates 4 April 2014 per 3 April 2013 / ICCMYE to Emperor's Directive 0003Z / notification of diplomatic arrival, notice of apostille and official act of state, effective date 9 April 2009 to Emperor's Directive 0001Z / CMYE, effective date 18 July 2007, smiley face. 2, effective date 4 March 2004 / CL to effective date 11 February 2004 United States of America State Department 2, effective date 20 June 2003 the State of Georgia USA, all caps 2, effective date 13 June 2003 parentheses Yamasee Moore, nationality small n, in parentheses 2, effective date 9 May 2003 parentheses Washita Moore, nationality small n, in parentheses 2, effective date 28 January 1837 space / treaty small t of September 16, 1836, in harmony with, quote, the Constitution for the United small u States of America, USA small u, effective date 17 September 1787, per trusteeship office of the Maurice Grand Vizier Chair for the ancient empire Al Morocco, effective dates 4 March 1789, USA, all caps, and 18 July 1887, USA small u, pursuant to the treaty / ancient empire of Mexico, parentheses Al Morocco, in parentheses, effective date 23 June 1786, 2, Treaties of Utrecht, effective year 1713, 2, effective year 789 / more Mer, end quote, 2, the beginning of recorded history / our story as recorded in the stones at Yucatan, just off the Yucatan Peninsula, via sovereign imperial royal empire, and into the future in perpetuity ad infinitum droid. Yeesh, smiley face. This is the royal bio for his imperial majesty, emperor, Samhu, a many ray, single quote, a day law ye, in single quote. Updated 12 July 2024 at 11:38.
Oh, it's his dash imperial and imperial dash majesty. He put a dash in with an N in.
Okay, the royal bio for his imperial and imperial majesty, emperor, Samhu, a many ray, single quote, a day law ye, in single quote. Updated 12th July 2024 at 11:38. Correction. All right.
So
Yeah, and I mean, Emperor, you gave us a headbang way before the bio. So I know somebody got some questions. Moderator, do we have a couple of questions? I mean, that the
Yes.
Emperor haven't expound on already in the chat?
In the host, yes, host, in the chat, we have a question from YouTube, from Dur Anki. What does it mean to be the Grand Marquis, and what are the royal responsibilities that come with this title?
What the what?
I'll read it again. From Dur Anki from YouTube. What does it mean to be the Grand Marquis, and what are the royal responsibilities that come with this title?
Which one he talking about?
I'm not too. He says Grand Marquis. That's not a title that we use, but it's
I
When
think he's
went to
referring to
Marquis.
the 8th Marquis, They May Sung Rug.
the 8th Marquis.
Oh, you talking about the 8th Marquis, the Grand Marquis.
Yeah, oh yeah, I was a bit confused.
No. Through, what's his name? What's his appellation?
Dur Anki.
Inky, brother Inky.
Anki.
Throughout this journey, when I got nationalized by two Principal Chief Moluk, and Chief Zarkor for the United Washington Dutch Monument, with the Crown Prince Ramses Abel Bey permission, they nationalized me as double chief as over the United Washington Dutch Monument. That's where Crown Prince Ramses Bey put the sovereignty of the Demon Song rules under that house. And I own that house. So that when I stepped on the scene at 07, it was just sitting there. But I didn't move it until now because you had to get other things done. So the 8th Marquis, meaning the 8th Marquis to the Crown of France. Okay. That was inherited through Empress Vediasi and her, through that whole bloodline. And they actually live in Sampson County, North Carolina, but that's where that 8th Marquis come in. And that's a royal title that comes under my office now. And that title have certain privileges. We have to deal with Louisiana with the land grant or the 68,000 acres, all that's in motion behind the scene with the government. So that's entitled a whole lot of royalty. You talking about Demon Song Roots, well, we got like only 12 countries. Italy is one of them. That's housed under that Demon Song rules. That's why when you go by and look at that motu proprio that the Pope wrote, one is sitting right now, but Francis, you got to see how much wisdom that the Vatican and all them put out, because they know that bloodline and they know all that royalty that comes up from King Louis I. So as I'm coming to my seat, the whole world will know who I am. But that's just part of me. That's one of my titles. That's why you see it here. 8th Marquis Demon Song Rule. That's Thunder-/ King Louis XX. So I'm saying I'm born Sovereign Crown Prince. That's Darius Zak, but that's the crowns that's under my head. And so this is the Demon Song Rule seal on the on Thunder-/ that's the Royal Demon Song Rule seal. That means unwanted one, the unwanted God. So that's why you got Jews, land they all honoring all that, because that comes under that venue. So as you write in your apostilles and you write executive orders, whatever we got to write to move your state, all of that authority you said what to do with it, all that authority comes through as you in your what you're writing, and you put on your apostilles and you order whatever you're doing, any statehood. So when you're dealing with another state, they already understand that venue, that you have all this under that venue. So they know what that type of authority that comes with it. So you can move with anything, your bank, your court, anything, everything you're moving. So that's what you can do with it. And you create your own currency. That's what we at now. Create our own currency to move your state. We don't need to rely on the United States currency. That's that currency. You got your own, that's why I say the United States get you full faith and credit, make your own currency. Outside of them, Georgia gave you full faith and credit to make your own currency outside of them, and the document inside of that state you need to be. So you got everything you need to move your state. You just got to get the right mindset and normally get in, sit in your position, take the oath of office, so you can move it and write your own way to pay yourself. If that makes sense to you.
Makes sense, Protector.
Makes sense.
Yeah, makes sense.
But did I answer this question?
Yeah, wait for a response. Please. Yep, on point. Okay, no, I'm still waiting for a response. Okay.
Waiting for the YouTube checkers to check out the responses.
How y'all like to be the world talked about man behind the scene right now?
I mean, you know, it's being talked about, and
Oh, I
and
know.
and it's probably the
I'm about to say
biggest.
how you feel to be talking to the most talked about man in the world right now.
I feel good.
Oh, very good.
The energy is good, you know.
That's
I
kept
mean,
secret.
yeah, I don't
You know
want
what I'm saying?
the end.
Listen, look, check this one out. You got the
What you got?
third full moon. You know how three were with me, right? You got a third super moon with a blue moon, and everybody talking about you behind the scene. The UN, the head, the postal union, everybody talking about you there.
Right.
What you gonna do? He coming.
He's here.
He
He's here.
here. He ready.
I mean, with that energy that's out there, he's here.
Oh yeah, you got to guard everybody on your team. You got your military. You ready? So I said. He said, what he say? Waiting on pickup, right?
Right.
Right.
And we had to grow into the pickup, remember?
Oh, yeah.
I got to the pickup, right?
Right.
Right. Right.
So they ain't use that kind of stuff. Really. You get a message through the internet, right? Pick up, goddamn. So what I gotta do to get picked up there, right? We be a roller, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Diplomat decree, what was that? Diplomatic appointment. Then you got no such, you got a mission, and we been rolling. You bank, you put everything out there. Now you ready to start talking now, right?
Yeah.
Right.
MFIC.
We getting ready to see this next month.
We can.
I don't see what y'all gonna do. But we don't, you know, it's an everyday thing with us, but you know, we on that 100-day road, right?
Right. Right.
Uh-huh.
Getting yourself ready, right?
Got to get ready. Got to stay ready.
Stay right here. That's what I'm telling you, the people on the market. We been rolling. Let me see back. You say 18, 20, 22, right? That's what set it off right there. Well, it didn't set it off. It just set the record straight because I was already out there. And I got challenged, or I got charged with treason by the clan chief because I was way over there in Africa. And everybody talking about me in Africa about certain contracts I got out there. And he tried to come in and hide, you know, still and hinder your right to contract, you feel me? But then you had to come in and let him know, let the president of the United States know, let the Pope know, and everybody damn it know that you got supreme authority over the whole damn world. So when the Pope said he can write a motu proprio, you came in and said, no, I can write a him period dash motu proprio. Because I have him period authority over him. So he vacated his seat as pontiff, sitting in the third seat. I vacated that seat in 13. Y'all didn't see that, did you?
Yeah.
And go back and check the Catholic Church since 13. He wrote that motu proprio and see what happened and see what they're doing. Ain't got no more authority. It's constantly changed right before you don't see it, do you?
Right before I.
Some people out on market like he ain't that far there, man. I'm so far gone. They don't know how to. They don't know where to start this. Because the elders keep guiding his pen. As long as the elders got his pen, I'm coming to my seat, and I got a seat.
Right.
Yeah.
It's been taught about 4,700 years ago. Said this day and time, a true sovereign will appear. And he said what? His following will be what? Small in the beginning. But the words that come out of his mouth is factual and truth. So look what we're doing, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Right.
We got a true sovereign on land. That's why they remember the queen, de facto Queen Elizabeth said what? There could be no more emperors. Because if an emperor showed up, it dissolved them. Because they got all their authority from that type of absolute. Other than that, where they get it from? They knew certain magic to put you in shackles, right? And tie your mind up of fear. And now you living in a day and time where you got one that came to open up the damn shackle. Something make you go, right? Yeah.
That's right.
See, so you see how you got to elevate your mindset? See, the church can't even get there where you at. They put you in chains. You came in a lot of chains with your energy and your magic. So that make your magic superior to their magic. So they make your law superior to theirs, right? They make your order superior to theirs. They make your authority superior to theirs. You ain't getting it, right?
Yeah, your superior venue, superior jurisdiction.
That's why you got the oldest independent, got autonomous kingdoms, Latin nation on the world. Yeah, that's in your house. Now you coming up under this day and time, raised in that old house. You got your own university. You ain't got to get out and debate on Washington. You ain't got to debate on Yamasee. You ain't got to debate OMAC. You ain't got to debate on Muslim, Islam, Christian. You got to debate none of that shit. You can put all that shit on your university. You got to move to their state now. You feel me?
Right.
You feel me? You been crying for it. Everybody been talking about it, but now you the one that's running it. Makes sense to you, right?
Yes, makes sense.
So you becoming diplomats as you move in your state. They want to run to the UN, and talk to diplomats. Like, when you going to there? Once you go there and be a diplomat, you get a different conversation. Cool. Huh?
Right, you do. You do.
I say you get a different conversation, right?
That is correct. You get a whole different conversation if you going up there as a diplomat.
They want to walk up there as African American, pretend to be indigenous and some Moorish crap. You're like, you ain't gonna get nothing because they ain't got nothing to give you. And have you noticed they broke just like the United States is? And everybody living off credit and off the birth certificate. Now that stuff coming to a head. Well, you got a sovereign state that you can write anything you want. So when you go out there as a normal diplomat, you go in the world as a normal diplomat. You ain't out there begging them for a dime. You ain't, if you join Brits, it's just for commercial purposes. It ain't because you need them. Hell, they need you.
Yeah.
See, the United States gave you something, they ain't gave no damn about it. They couldn't give it to themselves. That's what fucked them up. Y'all didn't catch that, did you? See, when they reconstructed the contract in 1871, they took over the authority that was granted to George Washington, but no, Benjamin Franklin, when he got the Republic. So when they lost the Republic, well, they lost treaty rights. So now it's military control. That's why you got yellow French flag everywhere. Ain't nobody caught that shit out.
Yeah, that's what I tell them. That's what that is. That federal.
That's military flag. So you're on the military authority. So they know structure all the paperwork, 8.5 by 11 paper, all through the system, everything that's like a program. Everybody's trained to go to work and do that type of paperwork. Ain't nothing legal about it. But it will make it seem like illegal, but ain't nothing legal about it. You got the real venue coming up, and you got a real republic. But you got a true sovereign. So you don't become a republic, you become the republic. Because you take over France too, you feel me? And y'all know all the treaties signed in Paris. So you the eighth marquee coming in. And they can't stop it. So you're gonna have war breaking out in France, you can have it everywhere. So the dictators in office now, they already got your paperwork, they know you're coming. So they gotta keep their seat. So you're gonna see all kinds of stuff going on, but they know the 20th are coming. And he ain't looking like them.
No.
Love it.
Yeah, and that's not going to.
Y'all
It's
didn't
not
catch
coming
that,
easy. Oh yeah,
Facts.
yeah. He ain't looking like them.
Y'all didn't catch that
Original.
one. See? That's why they say ye up here to Washington.
Yeah.
Septon, a little tank. Duh, from D Marquis, D Masson Rule. know about heart, right?
Um,
That's my seat. And what you say? What's the rest of it? Heir to the throne. So you got an heir to the throne coming up in the back seat, knocking heads. Like, okay, who's gonna stop me then? Who can stop this royal power? Because you got absolute authority. Now you see why you've been talked about behind the scenes, right?
Oh,
When they call
yeah.
me the best kept, when they call me the best kept secret.
That's best.
That's why I was telling y'all
Best.
when they found that paperwork in Mar-a-Lago, they said it was nuclear. I said, oh, that was my paperwork. It wasn't about no nuclear weapon. It was about me. Trump had a whole card. They tied him down like they doing now. He said, I'm gonna let you know, I'm gonna let them know about the emperor.
Don't tell him that.
I said,
They came got that damn paperwork, didn't
He damn sure did.
they?
Quick, fast, in a hurry.
You need to go ahead and put you out there.
He told me I got a whole card. He had a whole card. So he had something about some news, but man, they got so much bullcrap. They got everything. No, he has a nuclear weapon about this sorry state here. The United States got a sorry state within a state. And he gonna let the whole damn world know.
While he was trying to write that new decree, right?
Boy, he told me he's gonna write a new decree.
Yeah.
You can't write no new decree. You can't you can write an executive order. When he realized how dumb he is, he realized he could write a decree, he got pissed. He wouldn't told everybody. He told Putnam. He told everybody. Told the Senate. The Senate been crazy ever since, right?
Yeah.
He told everybody. See, the Democrats had his best kept secret. They got it from Bush board. So Bush got out there. Obama came in. They hit him. Obama came in and talking about what? Hey, stay crucial, not speak. But that was 2009 when he came in office. That's why I told y'all he came in office what? That announced me. We had to stop the state. Ain't they gonna let Hillary Clinton do it?
yeah.
So now look where you at now, where you was then. And you still moving. That's why you see them dates go way back, all back 203, see? See, that lets you know you ain't no newcomer. You been on the scene. You feel me? Been on the scene, dog. So you got all these cats popping on the scene now, they some salting or some bullshit they got on the record. I'm like, you ain't got no record. You ain't got nothing on you. You ain't got nothing but some form of nationality you created, and you claim there's some freedom from that you part of some Moroccan empire, and you got this and that right, you got this and all that bullshit. You like, man, shut up. I mean, for real. You ain't gonna move a state, come talk to me. You wanna claim you somebody you ain't, I ain't got time to deal with you. You ain't even proved yourself to your master yet. But you won't get out there on Facebook, act like you top notch with your African American followers. I'm like, they can't even get outside of their own birthright contract. Well, they claim some damn sovereignty. My wife like, yo, shut up.
I mean, you're so right with that. And they all have like I got this deep information I got for you, these records they claim that they have, and they put them all on these places to show you, look. So yeah. So here's the venue and the jurisdiction right here.
So ain't nothing else coming.
Nothing else. I mean, you see the USA is running.
What that boy say? What that country say was when normally we get stuff back from them in 30 to 45 days, right? They say if they ask about me, they got it back when 72 hours. So if
That's banking.
so if I'm that damn hot potato, you know what I'm saying? That the president of the United States said, we know about it since Obama days. You feel me? What he say? We don't go into that business and we thank the Lord he don't get into ours, right? That still got me puzzled. I'm still working on that one, right? What do you meant by that? You feel me? We don't get into his government. We thank the Lord he don't get into ours. So he let me know I got more power somewhere that I ain't moving yet, right?
Yeah, the diplomats got to put that power to work.
See what I'm saying? People that talk that bull crap. Like, man, hush. I got time to grow and develop. You grow y'all and develop. We ain't got time to debate with nothing. Pay ourselves so we can move. Whatever struggle we gotta go through, we paying our damn self. And it's high time now. You at the point. Y'all see what happened to Chief Black Eagle? I put that paper on him, man. When I put that motor proprio, I sent him motor proprio. So last time I talked to him, I sent his motor proprio here because he had to get a copy because he was official chief. So you see his treatment change everywhere. We don't know because they talk over there on that side, so we hear things, and everything changed. They ain't gotta do but check the record. You got them out the time when they did it. You come out, shut up. You feel me? This one document right here gave that man all the clout he got going on over there now. But they know he belonged to a foreign state. He just doctored a corporation, but he got a live name, Chief Black Thunderbird. Eagle, quote, end quote. That's official. So that's why I tell you, anything outside that, they're agents. I call them saving agents, but they trying to change his name and everything. Put a new hat on his head, but they want to look good. They think they saving some damn body. It's all a damn scam. You hear me?
Money.
It's all a scam.
Mm-hmm.
So I said, he ain't got no official name. It's Chief Black Thunderbird. You got something right. I said, State Department. So everything outside of that, that let you know the agents. So that's why I don't pay them no mind. You know, I tell you, I tell you bottom, tell you below hell, you feel me? And what they did, but they said they're pushing that bullshit. See that you see this teaching didn't bring them up nowhere, did it?
Nope.
No.
Emperor, is a
Party
question.
come in. Y'all know the party coming in the month now.
Right.
What kind of sovereign y'all got? Got a 3-day Earth Day party every year. I
Sure
know how
got to
to
get the
jam
mix.
now. Hey, I'm gonna jam.
Sure got to get the mix going again.
Yeah.
Oh, we gonna get that mix going. Y'all know I'm gonna get out there and jam with you. I ain't getting nowhere near. Oh, look at young, let's get to go young, right?
Oh yeah, you got a stake to run.
See that little younger again, boy. Keep watching. I'm gonna keep getting younger. Ain't going nowhere. I'll be dunking by the end of the year.
Whoa.
Right.
But them knees healing real good.
I ain't never had a problem with knees and had a problem getting up. You know, you get a little older, you don't start raising again, you be dunking by the end of the year. See, you be walking the NBA, that ain't shit.
Yeah.
You thought Michael Jordan had a game, you ain't seen mine yet.
It's,
40 ain't nothing to me, dog. That was a light night back in the day. They called me Hawk, but I had 20 assists, 15 assists. You know what I'm saying? So it went like I wasn't passing ball, I was just raw.
Wow.
Tech, I think we do have one question. If you
Come on.
I think there's one in the. It's for Nanya Masquerade. Who will announce the sovereign emperor at this point?
I don't know. That's something debate about across behind the scenes with the Minister of Foreign Affairs office.
Okay.
Yeah, just wanted to pick up a question what Nanya Chujari asked. Does that pick up in the military industrial complex? You're speaking about the
Oh,
pickup.
the whole military is under me.
Okay.
Oh, that's cool. You got a Secretary of State right now that's claimed no. Everything's been worked with General Brown. Well, not the black Nubian, but the Caucasian one of the Guard. Kind of funny how they got the same one, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But all of them is there for your protection. That's the whole reason they got a contract. That's what the goal is about. The whole $100 million goal is what created their existence.
Mm-hmm.
So if you got to go, that means you're going to the military. That's why you see it in my document. Going back to the Army, Marines, and the Navy. All them got established with the $100 million in gold. So they pay me they pay us like our gold, we good. But they can't. We got equity from 1774. What are you talking about?
Wow.
You gotta know how to write contract. You can never listen. I look at y'all millionaires. And you can't be nothing but a millionaire. So you got to be able to start thinking as a millionaire, not a thousandaire, a millionaire. So you can pay yourself. Your salaries is outside of everything everything is 6 figures. Y'all already know that. Even the damn trash pickup, 6 figures. Because we got to have everybody millionaire. We're going to have the only country in the world that got everybody a freaking millionaire. And we're going to say how that shit work. You feel me?
Yeah.
How y'all like that shit?
I love it. Right.
That's it. Love
Better.
Close it.
Outstanding. Love it,
That's
Your
all you can
Majesty.
roll, dog.
No, I'm done.
Yes.
Think about this. Think about this for a second. Think about this for a second.
Yeah.
Think about this for a second. Say Kamala, I'm telling you how Trump will win. You want to win? I'll tell you what. If Trump want to win, he come out and say, he gonna get everybody in America $1 million off their birth certificate account, right? All right. Because they done wrote 35 trillion off of it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's
So
right.
what's the point? Why you gonna keep going up? So you give everybody $1 million off their birth rate contract, right? And you go by name, like, ZA, we, so everybody get it. All right. So by the time they finish, okay, just say that's $1 trillion they just gave out, right? So they didn't do it, made the debt 36 trillion. What the fuck, right? So you feel me? What the fuck, right? So check this out.
That's
Might as well. It's already 35.
So it's already 35. So what the fuck, right?
Yeah.
So you got to pay that shit back anyway. So check this shit out, right? So check this shit out, right? So check this out. So you say
being jammed.
so you said check this shit out, right? So everybody got me. So you got these, scratch your head type niggas. You feel me? So within a year, half of them folks gonna be the trash pickups, garbage collectors, because they mind can't go. They gonna take that million. They already know. You should know that. Then you gonna have those gonna take that million and invest in themselves, right? And then they invest in themselves, they can become entrepreneurs. So now you don't turn. When you get 18 million a year, people, you done made 100,000 millionaires, continuously. So look what you pick up. Everything picks up. And everything picks up, guess what? The debt starting to come down, right?
Right.
Yeah. That's it.
Simple.
Yeah.
That's it. Yeah.
That's what I tell you I do.
Makes sense.
Just give you $1 million. What the fuck? Then you show you how to invest and program. And you got to still run the government because you got to realize something. Alien civilizations wouldn't exist if they didn't have protocol. Because all of them is sovereign. So all of them is rich. So well, you live in a society where you got the poor, middle class, and the rich. You feel me? And so that's why you see all this shit going crazy, because it don't make sense. Because they can't give you no destiny. They can't control your destiny, where you come from and where you're going. So but they control you by the way you think and the way they feed you. But if you get rid of that shit, like the alien race who's been around millions of years, you feel me? That's how you got to roll. So in our existence, and on this ship, well, everybody has to be a millionaire because that's the only way you can think. So that's going to develop you to become who you are supposed to be. So we can travel. So you ain't nothing dominance over this and that, dominance over that. You got too much wealth. Listen, I can give everybody $1 million on our equity, and then when he touch the equity. I can sign a contract right now, right off 35 trillion. Easy. Part of what they waiting on me to come and do. I tell you I sent them a DOA for those who know. But I don't want to. I'm gonna get where I'm going. Feel me? Paying the debt off. And that's citizen. You feel me? You can't get them niggas speak to you. But you gonna go pay the debt off for them, fuck them. So you see, you got your own state. You got your own state, you can do what you want to do.
Right.
But if they want to do something, even Kamala, she want to win, she really want to win, tell her she gonna give everybody a damn $1 million. I bet they listen to me. Y'all hear that shit next week, y'all gonna be fucked up, right? Y'all hear that shit before the election come on, y'all gonna be fucked up, right?
Oh, yes.
Real.
Cause I don't see they gonna get no $1,000, $1,200. What the fuck? Now what they gonna buy some eggs and bread? And it's off your contract. They can go out and write treaties off your contract. Because every order the president signed, he's signing it from where? The birth certificate contract.
Yep.
So you paying for every order that the president writes. So if you paying for, well, hell, at least get something out of the motherfucker.
Exactly.
Makes sense.
Hell, you got people sleeping on the damn bridge for him, and you spending their money and then give them nothing. Even lay on the damn, even give, come on, man.
Exactly.
And you know something else, and something else that'll do a cut down population. You feel me? Because people start having so many damn kids. You feel me? And it increase the whole world. But they want to keep it this way for some reason. That's why I'm here. I come with a new light. I got time to hear that bullshit. They got coming for my seat. So who the fuck are they? Y'all didn't hear me, did you?
No. I mean, I hear you.
He said, you sit, that's your seat. My grandma said that you got a seat. Your light so bright. My God, your light so bright. So you gotta come across me. So who the fuck are y'all doing now? So now you saying you're gonna start to see stuff start to straighten up. Military everywhere. I'm like, what y'all doing? Y'all fighting for a flag? You want me to save you from a flag? Please. I'll burn you in hell, past hell, you feel me? I done came and raised the dead, you feel me? And I officially raised the dead up at the top, right? Go back to the top. So you can talk about it until you do that right there. There they said notice of accession, right? And you gave them proper authority to do what they gotta do, right? And when they couldn't answer, right, they made you what? You raised dead on 27th January 2024, right? Yeah,
They had time. They had time.
Oh, it passed time. You feel me? That's when you raised dead. You got a date you raised dead on. But officially, you raised them on 13th of June, 2000. Yeah, well, I tell you, 13th June. That's when you officially, because that's when that time limit ran out, right?
Yes.
Yep.
What's that,
120 days. That's 120. That's the 121st day, right there. You know what I'm saying? And that's also happened to be my Yams and Native American Moor nationality date. Now, how we figure that shit out, right? See how things work for me? See how I tie right in?
I'll make it out, man.
Because y'all know you don't control the mail. You sign it on that day, put it in the mail. You can't tell when they get it or nothing, right? That's the mail system. So when that last boy got it, the next day, when you count it what? All the way down to 12th of June, which is 120, which makes 13th the official day, right?
Real time.
Yep.
Real time.
And that's the year, that's the same date I got nationalized by Chief Black Eagle and de facto chief down in Georgia. And they signed me in as what? Yamasee Native American Bureau.
Fact.
You know what I'm saying? That was 2003. So 2003, you look at that 21 years, what, 2003? 13 and 21 years. So that I'm in my first year? 22nd year? My 22nd year since our nationality. Look what's going on, y'all. You know, 22, I signed it on the 22nd, sir. You know, some say they got some deals with Christ figure, you know, but they don't realize that's my bloodline, right? I won't have the crown off, it wasn't. How this man gonna make the crown before I was born? And he said, whoever this crown head fit will rule the world one day. So damn if I ain't getting to it, right? Well, put your crown on a royal flag or a deceased emperor that they cut the flag down and you came and raised it back up. Oh, come on, man. Then you bring your state flag out with a royal crown on it, ain't got nothing around it. It's coming from where? The purple. Coming from the unknown. And look whose seal is on top. Royal Prince. Look at his coat of arms he coming with. He came along and picked up some gold. How much was that? 100 million? And picked up that flag. And then he came along and created his own flag with 3 crowns on to bring everybody under his jurisdiction. So when they say he come back to rule the world, he's moving. And they gotta let it be known, son. They can't fight for too much longer. So them 5 deities ain't no joke. And them solar storms ain't no joke. And they let you know we coming. Well, they say gonna have chariots coming out of the sky with 5 chariots. Well, we got them. I got a whole lot. As might get close to my day, y'all know 58 number 3, 2 weeks away. Everything had to 3. So look where I done grown 58 when I opened up the gates of hell. You feel me? And now look where I'm at 3 years, going on 3 years. Here we going my 3rd year.
That's right. Right. Holy shit.
And I still pay y'all that jam. I don't think none of you can.
It's not a jam.
I ain't getting no. Haven't caught my blood next day. They said that boy jam all night. You damn right.
Nah.
And I got the presents coming up. Oh yeah, see, we get to have a whole lot of fun. See,
Yeah.
look at who her daddy is.
Mhm.
You know what she getting ready to see?
Mhm.
She just getting groomed. She had her little 13 now. That's cool too. She's 13. Look at the year coming out. Everything perfect, right?
Wow.
Can't make it
Right.
up. Can't make it up.
Can't make this stuff up. Y'all see how them dates, I be hitting them dates, but how do you hit this date, 13 June,
Fact.
and you sign it on 22nd January, and you hit that date? That shit's wicked. Everybody was tripping on that day, right?
Oh,
Yeah. Bear witness. Bear witness.
definitely.
Bear witness.
Way out there, ain't you?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, what else y'all got for me? We gonna get off the bow? Y'all sure?
Yeah, we have to let me
We
see.
got-
Moderator, do we have any more questions in the chat?
Yeah, we got a question
Okay.
in
All right, good.
From YouTube. Once again, Dor Anki asks, in regards to government and governance, how will the ECMYE-IRK Republic engage the global community coming from the strength of being the de jure sovereign republic on the planet?
Well, we had a Minister of Foreign Affairs, International Corporation, that works on that behalf of the sovereign emperor, and the imperial royal officer here, that's Imperial, that's Majesty, and on behalf of the Imperial CMYE-IRK Republic. So your Minister of Foreign Affairs, your EM, Imperial Minister, that authority has already been delegated now. So it's up to you if you want. You talking about asking the question for when we open the doors, jumping on the ship. Your job is to get in and get inside of the diplomacy of the Minister of Foreign Affairs so that you can go right and hire whoever you need to hire and write whatever you need to write from your venue on diplomacy. Because everything international law, even though we got universal law and natural law, but everything international law. So long as you stay international, because you're an international player. So whatever you need to write, pay yourself, do business, whatever you need to do, that's what you groom. That's why they groom now, to learn how to move their own state. So they diplomats. So whatever diplomats do, they got the authority already delegated down to their office. I don't have to go back. I already delegated because I got to keep moving. So all that authority already been there. It's just getting the proper numbers in certain positions so that they can move this state and learn how to move the state. That makes sense to you?
Yes.
Makes sense.
Yes.
Mhm.
Perfect sense.
Perfect sense.
So you got people might want to, contract, NOD, this and that. Well, that's why we're looking for executives, NOD meaning non-executive directors, who's got them titles, and they can come on contract with us without even nationalizing with us just to do the job we require. So we hire and fire whoever we want, but it's contract. So at the end of that contract, they get choice to get nationalized, they want whatever, as long as they meet the nationality standards. You feel me? And they can come on in. You feel me? And that's what we're doing now. It's to just keep opening the door and getting a lot of ship seekers, but just want to sit on the ship. But they can't bring Dr. York or Farrakhan or Tariq Bey, all them boys, knowledge over here. They get mad and go back where they came from. You feel me? But they don't understand we don't need none of that. You got your own venue. You feel me? You can, everything they got came from somewhere. Okay, so you got Black's Law Dictionary, all that came from somewhere. Wherever they ripped the international books on law, it came from somewhere. So they ain't like they brought nothing that you can't go research yourself and do it yourself and move your state. You got the venue to offset any debt. You got the venue to write a bill of exchange. You got the venue to write a bond discharge debt. You got the venue to write a NOA deed of assignment. You got the venue. They ain't got no damn venue. They're trying to say they got something right and going to use the other side, what the Queen created or Britain created, for the corporation, not you. So you can do everything on here. You can write anything you want. Whatever's on the, what is that, Unitrial? Whatever's under there, you can write from your state to pay anything you need to pay off. Did that make sense to you?
Perfect sense.
Makes sense.
Yes.
Yes, so.
30%.
Right.
Yeah, for
Period. You bad man.
All right, moderator, how we looking?
Host, yeah, there's a request by
Yeah.
Osado Atundre, who's just asking or requesting, please do the mix again. I didn't get to participate last round, so that's a request. But
About the end of the month. Oh, we got a couple minutes
yeah,
still, man.
the request, yeah.
Yeah, we got a couple of.
We had a good
Oh, you
time.
talking about that contest? I don't know. We might do it again. They talking about that mix contest?
Or just participate to play
Oh,
something.
okay. Yeah, this is gonna be an annual event, y'all know. Y'all wait till I build a glass cage. When I build a glass cage, then we're gonna really part of that.
That's right.
I mean, about a $20 million club on build up from the ground, call it the glass cage, make it about 8 floors.
Well, yeah.
Top 3 house music, make the middle 2 jazz, and the other 3 just gathering. You feel me?
I like that.
You come up to the top floor.
Yeah. I mean, yeah,
You say you gotta be able to release yourself, man. Look, man, I got Inky in my blood, all right? I got Lil in my blood, okay? You talking about the princess, right? So they party. They want to sit around. No. Inky over there Budweiser every day. What are you talking about? They ain't worried about dying. You got people tell you, don't smoke, don't do this. You want, nigga, you dying every day you breathe. You come in through that wound, you die. And death gonna catch up with your ass. That's why I said I don't mess with it. I said you gave yourself that time. People, when you was cursing to hell, they gave themselves a time. I give them that time. I ain't going nowhere. So whatever time they gave themselves to be on this side this time around, if they make it to that time in good spirits, good for them. But so many leaving now with this, Alzheimer's, dementia, they don't know who the fuck they is. And I supposed to come save them from themselves, please. That ain't my family job. I don't know where y'all got that story from. It didn't come from the royal family. That was something they drafted up to give themselves some hope. And where we come from, hope ain't got no damn strategy, okay?
That's right.
That makes sense to you.
That's right.
Sure.
None.
yeah, that's right. That's right.
So if you want to continue believing somebody died for you, well, that story don't exist and where I come from. Because there ain't nobody in their right mind can do that. When you got your own, you breathe. See, you breathe. He said, Rose, so he said he gave you the same thing. So because you using less than your brain that you're supposed to be using, you want to blame somebody and say somebody come save you from that bullshit? Come on, y'all, wake up. You're getting the wake up time, it's 2024. You feel me? Get ready to go in 2025. Feel me? And his son, you don't see his son worrying about that shit, do you? You think his son worry about that when you see the CME or X flare? You don't give a damn if you believe or whatever. You feel me? You believe in God, Jesus, whatever. Ain't nothing stopping that shit, right?
Nothing.
Right.
You gonna get some damn aluminum put on your head and high. You feel me? And we just normal air keepers. We just reality. But see, they can't stop our shit from leaving this place. They can stop everybody else, like Elon Musk. They can stop all that shit. Going to Mars and all that 20 years from now, man, we can go that shit in 2 years. You got that kind of wealth. They say they rich, they ain't rich. They just rich. You wealthy. You can write that shit out. You can have a ship built in 2 years, go to Mars. What they talking about?
That's clear.
But they can't stop us where we need to go. Because I already got a ship. I told y'all, this came down, shine a light down on me. You feel me? And it's a mega ship. So I say, wait, that makes I got to be a part of that ship. So you can't come and tell me you can't control this sovereign emperor because I'm universal. I just here on earth to straighten this shit out so I can keep moving. If you with me, we rolling. Not whenever your time comes to see me before my seat, then I deal with your ass. I said I ain't got time to think about it. See? Because I don't feel like Richard, that's who I am, what I'm going to do. And it's starting to get fun. You feel me? Because you see all the struggles you went through for a reason. Because you ain't going to work. So now you got a whole 58-year history where you done seen everything you need. Can't nobody come tell you shit. You feel me? You done seen it all. Racism, rape, murder, death, everything now. Fake preachers, fake everything. Group doctors, voodoo workers, all that shit. You came with all that. Now you know why. Because you got to see. You had to come see everything. Now you know how to talk. But before you gonna come tell me I gotta raise your ass from the dead, it's my family? No, I ain't gotta raise you from no damn where. Tell your God to come raise your ass.
Facts.
Eesh.
Last time I checked, when the master showed up, all them niggas disappeared. And the master been on the scene since 22nd January, let's say 28th January 2022.
Dude,
That's when the gate was open. And they so bad, why they ain't been able to come close me yet? I closed them my damn self, see?
Yes.
But then I gotta go through this as a human. It's humanoid, and y'all, we say. Little aches and pains, all that, but I'm cool. And after the energy we produced yesterday, a couple of us, we were hanging out. Man, they let you know everything right on point, right? And you got the full moon, then you got they got the line, all that energy right now. 888. Come on, man. Who the other 8? Got it on my head, see? 8, 8, 8, 8. See?
Yeah.
See? You see? They gave you 3 8s, right? I got the other 8 right on my head. So now you know it come to my seat. See? That's just showing you that's part of me coming to my seat. You got all 4 8s. We didn't see it coming till it happened, right?
That's right. That's right. Build and destroy.
Yeah.
So
That's
I
right.
see that. Infinite energy right on my head. See? What you got?
Yeah.
We have a question in the chat from Zahub. Outside of reading the website and attending the monthly calls, how else can I learn to help move a sovereign state?
Oh, you got to register with the university. Y'all got, I think they got something registered. I mean, we can open it up if we got people serious. They can open it up and get a registration going, so y'all can come in and we can deal with you at certain calls on Zoom and upspeed you. And when nationality open up, when y'all make open it, we control our own doors. If you fit for nationality, I ain't got no problem with nationality. But I got an issue with you coming in and sitting on my damn ship and you ain't doing that. Okay, because ain't no free riders. You know, I'm not riding free, so I don't see how you think you can ride free. So you got to be able to contribute something. Okay. You know, so whatever you can bring, you got all kind of schooling, university, whatever. You got a state, you got to fit somewhere inside your state. You see, so that's how we're moving. So you serious about moving? I ain't got a problem bringing you in. Doors closed, but I ain't got we open. I can open whenever I want to open. If you got something we need, so you can move the state. You got a state to move. The world waiting on you. We ain't got time to debate. It's time to move state. If that makes sense. So I get the university management and they'll start working on something to open up and we'll post it and y'all can register if you're serious. And we'll start working in that way. Ain't got a problem. Any way you don't work it, I tell you organic, okay?
Yes.
My plate full for another 100 years, right?
That's right.
I got y'all coming in and move your state, you feel me?
Facts.
So if you're serious, ain't got a problem. You got the more you know, like I said, if you go get and we ain't looking for it yet, but I'm throwing it out there. You get somebody know banking, know about forfeiting credit, and know what you got. They get you paid 30 days because they what they're doing. But if you got to study, we got to study till we can get there. So we get to that point, we got to get NEDs in here. They already got that university knowledge, international knowledge that sitting at heads of state, you know, secretaries at banks and stuff like that. They know how to run that bank. That's all you need. Because they got that wisdom. You just need that little guidance. You feel me? To get you where you need to go. Now we get ready to go to the UN and all that, to the State Department for that type of assistance. But you still got people living today that sit out there and got no job. Got every damn bit of wisdom you need. And they don't know where to go. But someone don't know you here. But ain't you know, that's why I put myself out there, all the flyers. For part of my mission is everybody got to know I'm here. That's why I put them flyers out to everybody. You see our posters, we POTUS, sent here, everywhere, but we're a state.
Right.
So that makes sense to you. And when we hit the new UN, we're gonna bust them wide open. We're waiting on you now. We coming. Well, she waited our time. That's why I did a notice of session first. Because you got everybody went out there and registered the UN, ain't got no venue. And sign on and princes and all kind of shit. They ain't got no venue. You just sit back and roll and let it come to you. Now you see how it's properly done. You got to start a state. So now your notice session is over. You can do another session or something else you got to do. Everybody don't know the session. You got rights. So like the land is 68 acres, that's noticeable session to that land. See, you got all kind of sessions you can do if you got that authority. It's not feeling right. Y'all got that, I got that brain thinking now, right?
Right.
You do.
Yeah, he said he's very serious about this.
I seen it.
Yeah.
You know, we don't hear that 100 million times, but we'll see, right?
Yeah.
For sure, for sure.
All right, what you got?
All right, moderator, if we don't have any more questions in the chat, we can
Go back
move
to the
ahead to the
slide.
next slide. Yeah.
Yeah. We finally getting off the bio.
That tells you we're dropping the bombs early.
Already knew. You already knew.
I yield to you, host.
Gratitude. All right. We are at now the slide for our culture. Nama.
Hold on a second. I had a camera on the mute. I'll say, you see right here, this is our normal culture camera here. So you see people that's looking at where we're going, okay? This is you see where the sign say we're in this moon here, where we at now, to the 21st. So we have 13 months, okay? So we create our own being. You see what you're doing? So they got 12. You don't vibrate on 12. We vibrate on 13. You know what I'm saying? 28 days, 13. You feel me? So go back, look at it, open up the gates of hell with 28. So you go back to old count, it's 28, you got 13. 13 sacred number. You got a 13 Jordanian count, they call it Servatorus, comes in the November 30th to December 17th December every year. But they don't talk about it because the Greeks came along and formulated the zodiac system according to what they believe. Now, some say the Greeks didn't exist. So whoever created the Greeks created that zodiac you got now. Well, it's actually 13 houses. So we right back to where we come from. So we universal. So I was just sharing that because, bringing that up to the point. I know you get ready to read, but it was just, y'all were just sitting here. So I just came in, break it down for you right quick. So come on, get your reading on, all right?
Gratitude.
That makes sense, everybody?
Gratitude.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Okay. Our culture. Nama. What is Nama? The Liberians - Al Moroccans - Mu'urish Yamashi American natives - Amuru Washita Murs Dadig Damanya.
Okay. All right. Liberians. Liberians is the royal bloodline that come through me. That's going back to the Anunnaki, some called Elohim. That's Liberian. That's the royal bloodline. Al-Marak is Al-Marak. You already know that jurisdiction, red flag. Moorish Yamasee American natives, which goes into Yamasee Native Americans, Creek, all that in your bloodline. Then you go into the Muru, Washita Murs, the Damanya. That goes all the way back past the Washita. Okay, we'll go back to that's when we say Russia, all that's a Muru. The ancient name of Russia and part of China, that whole north end over there, Amuru. So they claim they got a war going on your land, but they can only trace their history by 1,000 years. You see, and you've been way long now. But see how the race look now outside of you. But all that land is yours. So that's where Nama come from, okay? It's dealing with your nationality and showing you all the bloodlines now. That's what? On our banner. Make sense to you? We good?
Makes sense. Good.
I yield.
Great clarity. The Namachi compass serves as a revitalized ancient sacred circle namatized to bring awareness to the subtle vibrations of air, earth, water, fire, and ether. Everything is vibrating energy like an ocean of frequencies. Our thoughts, emotions, and actions are ripples in this ocean. Your attention is your currency. Put value on what you give your attention to. First new moon after the spring equinox, the earth spirals around the sun for 364 days, revisiting 13 constellations. In sync with all tides of the earth, the moon shines and hides in a series of 8 phases for 13 consecutive months. Each month carries a chi vibration / frequency. The Namachi compass is a gauge of these frequencies and provides the best times to ritualize practices to honor space, energy, self, earth, and ether. And as the protector explained earlier, this is our culture. And also you have the Namachi calendar scan code below to order if you would like to go ahead and scan that code while we have it up on the screen. Gratitude. And do we have any more questions in the chat before we go any further, moderator?
No questions in the chat.
All right.
By you.
Thank you. Thank you. Next slide, please. All right, here's a map of our land, which marks the point on each continent, which the continents are North America, South America, Africa, Asia, Europe. And these locations.
That's dealing with that red flag jurisdiction.
Yes.
And Mirror Watchtower Moore jurisdiction. There's another map I know you check out. We're gonna check out. He give you more. It's gonna be a little, I told you this gonna get outdated to me. So we're gonna get another one up on our next, for about at the end of the month. I got you ever heard of the map of CMYE?
I would have to look into it, but I haven't. Not me.
Just ask. That map give you more clarity on. That's more. Spell it. TAMERI.
Yeah. Okay.
What you think?
So that map would give you more clarity of the actual.
Well, it's showing you more of North America or your Moorish and more South, a little more clear than what we got here. We brought this out back in 20, we were doing that contract on African countries. So I seen it the other night. I meant to update it, but we didn't get there, but I seen it again tonight. So it's just, contract that you got different longitude, latitude that we got marked for our land in. So you take each one of them marks and draw a line between the two. All that land between is our land. Right. So you got to come reclaim your land. That's at the UN level. That's why you got to do that notice. You feel me? Because you got so many land. So when you go look at judicial immunity of states and their property, right? So you got states you got state that's on your property. So if you go look at that teachers, when the emperor showed up, they made it, they had a draft United Nations Declaration. What I say? Judicial immunity of states and their property. And then in 2004, we got the contract with the United States, and they knew who I was. They made the articles now. Judicial immunity of states and their property, because they knew the extent of the St. Ildefonso treaties, the treaties of Utrecht, but the UN hold all the treaties. All the Adams Owners Treaty, all them treaties that's under the jurisdiction of the Mirror Watchtower Mirror de Dudemagne. And so by France coming on, Spain coming on, saying they're going to be the protectors once they cut the emperors down, all that way back in the day, and stole your land. Well, they became protectorates because they could steal your land because it's royal land. So they was on record as protectorates. Okay, so you see me coming as the protector because I inherit and own that seat now. So all that land, Haiti, Caribbean, all them islands, that's the Dudemagne land. So at the Minister of Foreign Affairs office, we got to deal with them, England, or the Virgin Islands, they say England, all that crap. That's all they got to go back. The date can't go back before yours. So now what we got to deal with them all is how they're gonna repay the people. So we ain't gonna have responsibility to come in and pay the people on the island for what they did. We gonna set the land back. They become sovereigns under us, but we also got to charge England, France, and all them penalties for what they did and how they robbed the damn land. You feel me? So all that stuff got to be dealt with at the, the military level and the Minister of Foreign Affairs level, so they got to pay their royalty. They ain't gonna exist. It's just that simple. You feel me? That makes sense to you.
Yes, yes.
Make a lot of sense.
Keep getting deeper and deeper, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
I
Oh,
told
yeah.
y'all
They
when I went down in the vault, I had to come back up. I said I've been down there for another 20 years, right?
Yeah.
I said I had to come up and get things straight. And when I came up to decorate the creek, right? Because
Oh, yeah.
whoa, that vault is down deep. You feel me?
Mhm.
And you got to have your own venue. What they do, they cut your venue out. Once they stole your venue, they had you.
Yeah.
Look how you be in control today because they took your venue. Now you came and got your venue back? Some
Yeah.
the Mediterranean say they got the fezes back on. They cut your fez off and they cut the Ottoman Empire down. And Morocco, the one who really the fez now with the little short fez because he's the king. King of Morocco. They don't want to stay very little fez. It goes back to your story. You don't see Albania, none of them. All that's Ottoman Empire territory too. They ain't wearing no damn fezes on. Spain, they ain't wearing no damn fezes on. Part of the military still got them on though. So the higher guard. You feel me? That's going back to that's your story. Now you got that venue back again. They gotta return everything. So you got a nice negotiating table you can work with now, right? So they can't bring Allah in the room, they can't bring Jesus, they can't bring nothing but contract.
Right. That's right.
We don't want to hear none of that shit, right?
No.
No.
Y'all got me rolling over here. They gotta leave him out, it could be half of them pass to that door. I can't bring Jesus in. Oh yeah, I got that. Yeah, down the road I get a couple of y'all be some pretty decent chess players to keep me going. But I'm pretty good. Do that way. Do that. I got a nice game. Put it that way. But I got a nice game in tennis. I got a nice game in basketball. I got a nice game in football. Quarterback. You feel me? So I got a nice game where you don't come thinking I got a nice game in boxing. You feel me? And, karate, whatever name you want to name it. Backgammon. What I'm saying, chess. What I'm saying, dice. I always had a nice game. So it's whatever you have fun you want to play. You feel me? I'm cool.
All right.
You got to master that cue ball a little bit better. Pool. So some of you might got a little balance on you can throw that cue ball. Well, you can't throw the cue ball, I'm whip your ass. So that's just me. I'm just that gamer. But I can't get into the game. The kids do. I can't play them with fun. But I just can't get into them. Like my brain can't just, I was hard playing Pac-Man, you feel me? So, so some people say, I'm like, my brain can't do that, you feel me? I ain't going to work, so I imagine I go to it.
Yeah. Come back again and then master the game.
I know Hack's gonna teach me a lot of that stuff. That's why the young one, what I'm saying? They're gonna, cause she know that stuff. So you just gotta get with it. Especially driving a spaceship in the future. You know what I'm saying? But that's all training. That's why you got university. That's why you got university, so you can train. And you notice how you build university and how you live. The university built around where you live. That's why I'm looking at that 68,000 and how we gonna work with that. But we work with it. We get down the road. We talk about it later.
Mhm.
All right, what we got? I seen Sajah put us in a chapter 12. What you found? You found a map? You found what I was looking for?
Yeah, there is a map. Images in the
Pull it up. Let
chat.
me see what they look. Treaties, you crazy.
It's a big one.
The tech team would have to pull up that map.
Oh, they have to go to the next slide and keep going until they get it up.
Okay. There it is. There you go, Protect.
Yeah.
Right there.
Oh, yeah.
So that's more of your Washita land. See, Florida, that's why I say the Floridas. All that's Washita land. See, wasn't no Mississippi, wasn't no Alabama, none of that shit. Wasn't no Georgia, that's South Carolina all together. See how far Virginia come down now? Then you had the Carolinas, who came north of South Carolina, see? That's old land. That's the old map. You said they got mountains that separate.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Yeah.
So the mountains was a separation. Okay.
Mounts. They all mountain mounts. See, Louisiana, all that stuff didn't exist. Look at Texas, didn't exist. See, that's when the Empress said she came in and gave Texas the right to exist. You see why now, no? All that's under my authority now. My house. You feel me?
Florida's was big, wasn't it?
I told you, huge.
Big territory. I mean, is this the
You go back
Tamari
to the Yamasee 1513 war and all that. That's why they were fighting over this land here, buddy.
Oh, okay. I could see why.
Now you got all these states in between. Tennessee sit right here. Then you got North Carolina, Virginia. Then you got Kentucky sitting up there. Then you come down, you got Georgia. You got Mississippi, Alabama. You know, all that. That's all. It's all one piece of land. That's why you see in our paper where it say the Floridas. Now you see how big the Floridas is, right?
It's a continent.
Y'all talking about the state now, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You see all down here, the islands down here? Y'all see down here on the islands? See, I told you, everything is on the Florida. Called the land of the water, the birds. See?
Yeah. Yes.
Huh?
Tamari, is it Tamari map?
But land, the map of tomorrow, yeah. That's your ancient map land. You know, so thought I'd bring it up, y'all. See, you got Cuba down there, see Havana? Told you.
Yeah.
All that's all part of what? Washington. The mirrors.
Washington.
Does the mind, y'all. Y'all see all the mounds, right? Does the mind, y'all? Does the mounts for y'all?
Yes.
See how far I go back now?
Wow. That's wonderful.
So I said I'd bring that up, you know. We organic, so we wide open, so we cool. And we put in behind the scene. I bring it up right in front of you, right?
Nice. Nice.
It looks
So
like the shape
I
of
said we'll add
ball.
that to we officially add that to our landmass to show you the Floridas. When I say the Florida in your paperwork. Makes sense, right?
Perfect. Yes.
Your brain bugging that, right?
Protector, can you see
on.
like the image? Can you see the image of a bull in the shape of the Floridas?
Of a bull?
Yeah.
I can
like
see
it just looks like
I can
like
try to see it. Yeah, the bull. Yeah, you get the green up there, the red, and you got the feet, and tail over on the end.
Yeah, even with a little tail.
If you zoom away, it looked like a man with a goatee.
It's impressive.
That's what I was about to say.
Yeah, I do see it now. Now you
chalice.
see it.
You know what I mean? Yeah,
like he's sipping the chalice, right?
yeah.
Taking a sip of something.
Floridas. That's a
I'm blowing the smoke out.
A big continent. Big as I've seen.
That's all your land. So every state that's on this land got to pay you tax royalties now. Like they came in, drew a line and said Georgia. Drew a line, said Alabama. Drew a line, said Mississippi. Drew another line, said Louisiana. Then you seen the French, the Demon Rue, the French Franciscans. They came in and set up camp down in Louisiana, which they created what? Monroe, Louisiana. Monroe, wasn't no Louisiana, just Monroe. And that was land set aside for who? Royalties. So when they left France, they had a sanctuary over here that was involved with import, export, everything as a country, and that was the Maison Rue or the King's Palaces that was on Monroe, Louisiana. That's the land that's on the treaty right now that we got control of. That's why you got to talk to the governor, because that land got to be separated because you got a seat now. So that they got to operate under corporation. So now you got to come in and transcend it over to the JIR and give them permission to exist as a corporation while you build on the rest of your land, your de jure fortunes like the French Franciscans had back in the 1700s. You feel me?
Yes.
So you ain't gonna stop commerce. You still give them a chance to exist, but they gotta pay you your royalties. Being anybody more your land, gotta pay a royalty tax. You know, your land, that's sovereign land. That's all in treaty. Except there ain't anybody sitting in that seat. When the Empress came, she got the bloodline back, but she didn't get the full faith credit. I came along, got the bloodline and the damn full faith credit. So I see it now.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So Prince Bay said, "You saved the land." Now you said what land he said? I say, you got the land back. I know you're gonna get the land back. That's why you got all that land on you. Now it's time to go move it, right?
Right.
That's protected.
Yeah.
Y'all woke up tonight, ain't you?
Yeah. Gang.
Yeah.
Gang.
All right, what else we got?
All right.
Okay, I seen map 2. Okay, go ahead. Let's get it. Sunflower. Okay, let's get ready.
Okay.
Let's get ready. All right.
Namachi compass, sunflower. This fire constellation resonates with the sunflower's radiant energy and the eagle's sharp vision. Sunflowers symbolize growth, creative self-expression, passion, leadership, and transformation, mirroring eagle's boldness and confidence. Embrace your inner leader. Channel this fire to take initiative and inspire others. Like the eagle, focus on your vision with unwavering determination and appreciate all that is granted to you. Like a sunflower basking in the sun, harness the energy to illuminate your path and soar like the eagle. Sunflower stalks can be used to produce biodiesel, a renewable fuel that can be used in cars and trucks. Sunflower oil is used in traditional medicine for its moisturizing and emollient properties, benefiting skin and hair health. Sunflowers are more than just pretty. Enjoy their seeds, oil, and fibers while they improve your garden and feed wildlife. Also, with the sunflower moon, you have the gold that is represented. And the gold's versatility makes it easy to use in various forms and applications. For instance, an investment. Gold can be owned physically through exchange-traded funds, ETFs, or as digital gold. In jewelry, gold is crafted into various forms like necklaces, rings, bracelets, and earrings. In electronics, gold is used in connectors and computer chips. In cosmetics, gold is used in skincare, creams, lip balms, and moisturizers. However, it's important to note that while gold has many benefits, its use should be based on scientific evidence and under proper guidance due to potential side effects. Have any questions? Any comments in the chat, moderator? Do we have anybody who's inquiring about the sunflower and the gold and the relevance of it?
No questions in the chat at the moment. There is, let's see, I think a question. Man,
if you explain it good.
Oh, yeah.
What question you looking for?
Okay, well, we can hit on to the next slide.
No, hold on. I said, what question are you looking for?
I see. What if somebody wanted to ask about
Talking about the sunflower, the fire constellation resonates the sunflower radiant energy and the eagle's sharp vision. Okay, well, the eagles got also what? Eagles also carry your visions or your dreams up to the, as they say, the highest they can go because they go the highest. You feel me? So if you got eagle totem, you're looking at totem on Native American, but that makes when you say your affirmation or your sayings and you put it in the universe and the wind, where you know the eagles pick it up and take it highest to the highest. Remember? When you have an eagle totem. So they also classify you going into your totem pole. One of my totem eagle. You feel me? And you say sunflowers, okay. You got sunflower also is a nice order to cook with. Rapeseed to me is better, but sunflower is good. And you got a lot of people eat sunflower seeds. You feel me? That's a good little nutrition a lot of people do. So you got a lot of energy with sunflowers. You feel me? So and then it symbolizes what? Growth. Okay, so what you growing in, you feel me?
Yeah.
What growth are you getting out of this month? You feel me? This full moon. You feel me? Solar, this super blue moon. Okay, create a self-expression. That's expression, you see? Okay, you got passion. She got passion for you, feel me? You know, leadership. Okay, you growing into normal leadership, diplomatic status. You transforming from an African American citizen to a diplomat. That's transformation. See, so mirroring eagle boldness and confidence. Well, when you sign your oath of office and you go out to perform duties for the state, it said without fear or favor, right?
Right.
You see? So you got to embrace your inner leader, okay? Well, that's the inner child that we teach, 8th grade level. You got to go down to that level, get rid of that ego because you think you want to cause and became a grown up. You feel me?
Right. Right.
You know, because you have a couple kids, you think you're grown up. You feel me? And your kids come up and grow you. You know, so when you have you grown up, see?
You have to be wise enough to know that you're never too wise.
Yeah, I was learning. Then you got, like an eagle, focus on your vision. Well, we got visualization now. We got the imperial vision that I gave y'all. We reading every day. You feel me? Till you get it, right? And they got some serious wisdom in it. Focus on your vision with unwavering what? Determination. That's what I tell you that, right? And appreciate all that is granted to you. See all that stuff I granted to you? So you can move. So that's the month, the game, for this full moon. And you going forward. So look what you bringing in, you feel me?
Yeah.
And it said like a sunflower basking in the sun, sun's a ray, remember? Come on, you ready? Visualization. See myself in the center of what? The sun disk, sucker ray. Visualization. See myself center of the sun disk, sucker ray. See myself as a
ray.
Colon, Mr. Union, right? See, got it all right here this whole month. Look what you in. You in the 8th gate, and now you got a super blue moon, the 3rd one. Yes. And look at all the energy that you putting out. You've been in this. It ain't like you just started. So it ain't like, you've been rolling. So now you're supposed to be capitalizing, on your stuff you're doing. You feel me? And your readings. And it says some sunflower stalks can be used to produce biodiesel renewable fuel. That's something we can look into with our part of your government. It can be used in cars and trucks because you got to realize Ukraine's flourish with sunflower seeds. Sunflower. That's why that land is so rich over there. That's all Washington land. Then you got used to traditional medicine for moisturizing. Yeah, you can use that to cut. I use sunflower oil to cut. Olive oil if you're making your own type of oil to put on your body, you can cut sunflower with a good cut. Outside of grapeseed oil, to cut olive oil because olive oil is thick. So you make an oil base oil to go on your body. You don't want it all olive oil. You got to cut the olive oil because the olive oil clog your pores, make your ass go out. Feel me? So you got to be careful with that. So it's definitely good for your skin and your health. And it says sunflowers are more than just pretty. Enjoy their seeds. That's right. My aunt used to eat them all the time. Oil and fibers. Or they improve your garden and feed wildlife. That's true. And you go over here, you got honeybean and gold you working with, right? It's a gold versus type that makes it easy to use in various forms and applications. True. For instance, an investment gold can be owned physically through exchange, trade funds, ETFs, or a digital. So that's why we're working on our crypto side. We got our own crypto. We got our own coin we created. And it's backed by what? Full faith trading is backed by what? Gold. And there ain't no crypto out on the market got what we got. So they ain't got no, that's why the crypto market is so wicked, so crazy, because they ain't got no backer. It's just you lose. You lose that ID, you gone. We building our crypto system through our bank, our crypto card we giving out, our coin we giving out, or issuing out. That's backed by full faith credit. So we're gonna leave it at that. Let your mind wander for a while, right? And then you got, of course, you gotta realize something. when they took your privileges and stole your rights and took your venue, where you had a lot of wealth that these sovereign countries you claim, they put in a vault, sealed it, and they couldn't touch it for 300 years because that's the time limit they had for you to come back and get your seat. And if you didn't get that seat, they can you be a slave forever. So we came back and got our seat. So now all them vaults and stuff is getting open as you go when we go on our diplomatic trips to these countries, and they invite me as the sovereign emperor to their land. You know, all that formation stuff go on that you see going on, red carpet and all that stuff. Well, part of that contract is what they got in their vault that they've been holding since you lost your seat. Y'all didn't catch that one, did you? So you gotta in your commercial, you got to build warehouses secure tight because of all the gifts that's going to be coming into your royal house, Imperial Royal, my office. That's you're going to be docketed in your treasury. So you got 20, high security around that stuff that they're going to offer you. So that we just getting ready for that. That's why I say water journey, right?
Yeah.
Then he said cosmetic gold used to skin care. That's true. We have one. But that's cool. That's to me, that's normal culture that you can create from your normal culture and produce your own brand through your government. And then you produce it and you ain't gotta get approved by FDA. But your system is tighter than FDA. You feel me? So, but you don't need them to approve anything that you write or say or anything because they under the United States. You're not under the United States. United States, we used to say our sister country, now they are vassal state. Because they weren't satisfied with sister country, so we had to come make a vassal state. Did them a favor, then they want to act up because they got control. But we good. That makes sense to everybody, right?
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Makes
Then you
sense.
got all this other stuff down here. Important note that white gold, many business, all that stuff is gonna be traded in your trading post. You know what I'm saying? All right, what else we got? Next slide. Come on, ain't no more questions?
Let me check the chat.
Yeah.
There are no more questions in the chat. Moderator, do you see any questions in the chat?
Yeah, my laptop froze for a second.
Okay. Yeah, I'm looking at the chat right now, Emperor, and I think that you
you answered
expanded on all of the points, sentence by sentence, and I think you knocked that out the park. Okay, the next slide. The Imperial and Imperial Royal Annals for the ECMYE-IRKR for August 2024. The slide right here brings to you the planetary moon phases and the astrological events that will be going on throughout the month of August. And as you can see right now, we in August 19th with the 19th of August, full blue moon, the super moon. And like the protector said, we will be in this phase for the next 3 days. So enjoy
Well, you been
the
in
energy
for next year.
Yeah. Enjoy that
6
energy
months.
and
You can't, you've been in energy for at least 6 months to a year. You got another one coming because they're 4 in a year. You're the third one. So you got another super moon. So I think it's around October, November down there, but ain't no blue moon. I think you got another coming. They said it's 4 this year. This is the third one, so they 4. They got one more coming.
Okay.
You feel me?
Gotcha. All right. We can go to the next slide.
So you see, from this energy, you able to conserve this energy, breathing, exercise. Y'all gotta get more into your breathing. We get more into that. That civic medicine be having a lot of you out.
I was thinking about that when you said that.
Yeah, that civic medicine be having a lot of you out. So you gotta get into that vision so you can see. You know what I'm saying? Like see your feet. You feel me? Visualize and really look at your feet. You don't look at your feet, but however old you is, you still don't know how they look, right? So just visualize and see if you can see your feet. You feel me?
Yeah.
And then you can start to see your vision. You can start to shape your vision because you can able to see outside with your eyes closed. You can see your feet. people think that's probably laughing on the bite side, but try do your best to attempt when you sit and meditate. And you say they tell you close your eyes, just close your eyes, your eyelashes and everything, and just close your eyes and just like closing your eyes, you already got them closed. Then you tell yourself to close them again. You realize that when you close them the second time or the third time, you push that energy all down to your feet, and your whole body relax. So now you can finally get into what? The breath. And once you get into the breath, you learn how to capture that breath. That breath will take you places. You just got to know how to get that breath. So you have these type of events coming in now, you're able to focus on the breath and just breathe that breath and get that chi. So you can control the energy within you. And you got all this energy from the moon, you're normal. And you got your rights back. So you got all that fear gone. So now you can focus to bring that what? That normal commerce, that world commerce, that diplomacy, that shaking hand, raising your flag in your embassy. You can focus on that energy and manifest it quicker than you. We at the level, we've done everything. These cats out in the market, they got a long way to go. Your last step was notice of session. Once you finish that, and what we just sent out to finish that off, well, the next step is you open up diplomacy with other states and whatever you need to work on. So you got to be willing to go learn how to be non-nationals to go and become that diplomat at the UN, whoever, to represent your sovereign state, because you already, proven and docked everything. That makes sense to you.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes, it makes sense. Yeesh.
Yeah.
Makes a lot of sense.
Perfect sense.
All right. And then you got down here the 30th, 31st. And look what's happening on my Earth Day. God damn. I got some solar peak coming in on it.
Oh yeah. You have a
Can't
nice
make that up.
astrological event.
Make that up.
Universe gonna be throwing out stars for you.
Do it.
Got a planet alignment on 28. Wow, I ain't know about that. That look like 6 planets aligning for my Earth Day.
Yeah.
Wow, I ain't know about that. That's new. And you got Moon near Mars. That's La Mu. And Jupiter. That's the king planet, which is interesting on 27th. For Mars is La Mu, that's deity of war. Jupiter represents the king planet. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Then you got last quarter moon on 26, Pleiades. Moon near Pleiades, and it's right before your Earth Day. Oh, you got a lot of energy coming in. Y'all ready, right?
Ready.
Yeah, weird.
Ain't got nothing to add.
So the party start on the 30th, 31st, and
Yeah.
the 1st, right?
So the mix begin.
It'll be all right.
If it's moving across Mars, yeah. Crazy.
All right. Anything on this one?
Nothing in the chat.
Where we at on the time?
Time check. It's 20:04 right now. That's the time check. 20:04 EDT. 20:04.
What slide we on?
Got 5 more slides.
Oh, we good.
Oh yeah, we doing real good. I no more questions.
We didn't really get into the events that went down from January to now. But we got into some of them. Y'all see some of the dates, so you know the anniversary dates. Like the January 6th, the fire lit. 28th January, the gates of hell up. Moto proprio on 18th. Sun, man, all that stuff.
Yeah, I mean, since you said that, Protector, we do have a question now. Explain how you felt, because you brought up when the fire was lit. So, like, can you explain? Okay.
I don't know. I don't think it's like Credo told y'all last night on the call where we was at, it's like you can't really put it in words unless you're there.
Okay.
Feel me? And you have to be there. And if you're there, you get that energy. But you know, I didn't, it's, you didn't know what the energy was. You just knew you weren't going to no damn doctor to find out what the fuck is going on. You know, no, no medical doctor, you feel me? And, you know, because I was on the weather a little bit, you feel me? And that Friday is like everything left. Illness, pain. I wasn't sick no more. I just, when I thought of something, I could see beyond my own eyes and you see it manifest. And I came and told y'all some of that stuff. And y'all thought I was kidding. Oh, he was trying to hustle us on the ship. Nah, motherfucker, y'all see that shit is real, right?
Right, right.
So I had to share it because
Coincidences.
yeah, I had to share it because I already knew we had like 200, 300 people registered. We first came out on the scene on 21st. And I told Kamami Carter, the Imperial Minister, I told her then, she said, how many you think you're going to have? I said, probably 35, 40. And that's, you know, and that's, I said, that's just because their heart want to get on the ship, but they don't want to come in and do the work. And we can't do that with the embassy. Everybody's want a free ride, you feel me? And they don't want to put in the work, you know. So, and you see what's happening where we at now, you know. But you didn't know you were coming through all the changes that you was coming through. You had to go through. But you just, that fire lit so much that you, and then you found out about your great grandma was Agnes Sampson, who was assassinated by the King of England that wrote you the Holy Bible. And you know, when you're King James VI, I believe, and now you know that what they were attempting to get was the royal family bloodline, because when you wouldn't release her soul with your on the line, open live, this is live for those who don't know, we were live on YouTube, and just like we is now. And what I read off, Psalm 91, Psalm 2, Psalm 23, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's 23.
And
Yes.
then I did Hear Down and Understand, something I created from the Emerald tablets. People were testing that with the tablets real. And I told you that they're real because what he talking about in the tablet already been. So I took a part of that and made an affirmation. Remember, Hear Down and Understand?
Yes.
Claim the source of all things, claim nothing, you know. So you seen all that stuff manifest, and y'all did it 3 days. I did it 4. I started on 26. So on the 28th, that's when the gates open. And I gave y'all another day. Once the gates open, that was 22 days later after the 6th, which is 22 goes to the Messiah price figure number. So once I met the master, you got to take that to another level, because even though I freed my great grandma soul, by you freeing her soul, you opened up the gates, because that was what had the gates locked. They was able to put a curse on the royal family and lock the master up, who was evidently, you can go through the story, that's bloodline. So Agnes, all the way back, and she was the oldest. So you don't know how old she was. They can't give her a record. So you see that bloodline I come from. So they tried to steal, or attempt to steal, the royal bloodline. And they kept that secret till I came along. Didn't know I had to do it. Just when that fire lit on the 6th, I found out about my grandma. And by me finding out about my grandma, I went back, they carried me back to feel her pain that she went through And y'all was witness of that fire blowing that end. I was hot because they was carrying me. I was feeling her pain. That's how I knew it was real. And I knew she didn't die. She was alive when they burnt her on the stake. And they was tempted to get the cross that appeared to me out of nowhere, because that's a symbol of the royal bloodline. And they want to get that royalty so they can control. And you see, they've been running that bullshit ever since. And then King James lied to the dumbass. But he said they wrote that shit in 1611. This happened 1591. See? So, so he came and lied to everybody. And they thought the timeline of 430-year curse was started at 1611, when it actually started in 1591, when they killed my grandma. And 430 years later, January 28, 2022, was 430 years. And I did a ceremony, and I ain't have no clue until after. You feel me? So that with that fire, it's still, you know, so that fire created what, kidney stone, all that kind of shit. You feel me? You know, I had to go through that birthing pain, everything. You feel me? So you had to learn to control that fire. So it changed you automatic, but people want you to see you for who they thought you were. You know, Todd, Darius, Mustafa, you know, that last memory, they knew you were special, they knew something about you. But you done elevated past that, because now you dealing with immortal fire that's you brought back with you. And you was able to walk in this world 58 years, unknowing to you that at 58, in that year 58, you had to do a mission. And you didn't, you know, so you came and clarified everything. So if you go look at the story, King James sits the fight, though, he was 58 when he died. So you see all that energy. When I grew up 508 Royal Lane. You see that 58? So it's, you know, things happening behind the scene. You know, Sampson County, born in Sampson County, Logic County, North Carolina. Sampson, come on. You see, so all that stuff been around me the whole while. They knew I was special. I mean, I told you I seen my uncle dead. He was dead. He was dead that Friday, I think they said. Saturday, Friday. Got paid on Friday. Orlando, Florida, got stabbed 7 times in his heart. Killed him on robbery. I seen him on my mama's bed Sunday. In his shoes, a clean suit, everything on my mama's bed. And we were coming back from the grocery store. And it was my sister Tam, my brother Anthony. And then my mama walked in. And then I was behind, you know, little one, carrying the bag. And when I looked in my mom's room, and I said, Mom, there's a man sitting on your bed with shoes on. And she had just passed the room. Everybody passed, didn't see nothing. But I was able to see the dead. She said, and my mama said, I didn't know who he was. My mom walked in the room. She said, Chavis, that's her brother. She said, what you doing on my bed with your shoes on? He said, Cheryl, I can't talk to you right now. She said, I love you. I never forget these words. I love you, and I see you when you get there, or something like that. When you get there. And he disappeared. And then my mom called my granddaddy, and they said Chavis died that Friday night. He was already dead. And I just seen him live 2 days later on my bed, dressed in a clean suit, clean shoes, and every damn thing. So you see, I was able to see dead when I was 7, 8 years old coming up. So you know, can you think about your family where you is now? You call your granddaddy, everybody like, oh, that boy ever see the dead? That boy seen the dead behind the boy seen the dead, you feel me? So you know, they think he cursed and all that kind of shit. So you see they had eyes on me the whole while. You feel me? You know, when I came through the military, they said the general said they said I come along one of a tree. You know, they said I come along one of a tree. Colonel Marta said, one of these days when you read the proverb, he said, when you get to this verse, never believe what you hear, have believe what you see. He said, can you think of me? He said, there ain't nothing we're gonna do to you. You know, so I was hell raised in the military. Anyway, you know, so it's been around me the whole while. So, you know, and now I grew into it. You feel me? Every court case I had, everything. I stood on my square, ain't nothing touched us. You feel me? Now I see where I am, the bloodline. Now you just growing into your position and your seat. You'll be there forever. Like my grandma said, when I did that to her, she said, He said, your lights are bright. I'll be waiting at the gate when you decide to come home, come back in your seat. So I know I sit at the gate, okay? And so now everybody tells me how to run my office, where I come from, what Jesus, what they gonna say, where they gonna live, how they gonna shit, how they gonna do everything. I don't know none of you. You feel me? It's all a figment of your imagination. It's a story. Ain't got nothing to do with no royal bloodline. Just a story. Somebody pretending to be royalty and pretending to save you from yourself. And death taking somebody right now as I speak. You feel me? I take
Right.
somebody right now. You hear me? Death taking another person right now.
That's right.
Shit,
Right.
taking 10. You feel me? So
At
all
one.
that don't stopping death at all, you see?
For sure. Hmm.
Yeah, they're playing games at the UN and United States, all this military crap they playing. Like I said, I ain't gotta come raise them niggas from nothing. They're God raised, but they God don't exist. So I mean they out of existence forever. Ain't got nothing to do with them more. So you rolling with me, we roll. The ones that I cursed past hell for now 78,000 years. Well, if they get through what I gotta send them through, and when they come back up 78,000 years, we'll deal with them at that time. But we gotta clean this soul, we gotta clean this part of the universe up. It's madness. It's a prison dumping ground. And it's messing up the whole universe flow. If I had to come back, you feel me? They sent a dweller, you
Speak.
feel me?
Speak.
They sent a dweller to clean this up. Then I had to come down with you, grow up with you. You feel me? So I can learn your madness. Now I gotta grow to my seat.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. That's
That's
right.
what I'm developing. That's why I'm like 58 years. Shit, I got 58 years to grow to my seat. Then I start my journey. What's that? 116? I be y'all age be what? 116? I be still 58, right? You know my shit. Happy nigga be gone, right?
This is real.
Somewhere, I'm gonna get the hell out of here. Think some damn God come to say that, dumb man. Wake up to reality, right?
Real talk.
That's real talk.
Mm.
All right, what else we got? That's it?
Mm.
Yeah, as far as that slider right there, no more questions in the chat. I don't see anything in the chat right now.
No questions in the chat at the moment. Post.
Oh.
All right. That was a good elaboration on that slider right there, protector. Real good. Next, we come to
my beat just came on behind me. Y'all might get it down there.
Yeah, that's what I'm jamming
like
out to a mix.
All right, come on.
All right, now we come to the
Oh, no,
fifth.
you ain't talking about the S-class player. My beat coming on too. You might get one. Y'all look at the time.
We coming up to the 5th of August, 2024, where 2 X-class solar flares recorded. The sun produced an X 1.7 flare from sunspot region, AR 3767, over the western limb. And that's to the bottom left right there.
Oh, you got some. Yeah, that was that day.
Yeah, yes. Yep.
Every
Now,
time
so
you look at the sun, you can't help but look at that, see that smiling face on there, right? See, wicked as hell, wasn't
it was. And then when NASA noticed it, it was just more wicked.
All right.
Look at that sun, man. Let's look at it right. Let's look at it right. Say visualization. See yourself in the center of the sun disk. See that sun disk, right? Then it says circle array. See circle array, right? All right. So now you got to realize you on Earth, right? And the Earth is a dot in the sun, right? If you ever seen on the Earth side of the sun. So then you got to look how small you is. You just a human. So you say you sitting in the center of the sun disk. Look at all of this energy. Millions of miles of energy, right? He said then what? See yourself in the center of the sun, circle array, right? See yourself as a ray. That's your eyes on fire, your hands fire, your ray, you fired in, right? But so look how far your vision can go. Look how far your energy can go.
Right.
It's unlimited. But here on Earth, they limit you. I come to give you all your energy back. Because I can't exist without, you can't exist with me without all your energy. You can't exist using a quarter of your brain. That's not where we're going. The days is up if I'm here. So that's when you do that visualization, you gotta say, see yourself in the center of the sun disk. Circle ray. See yourself as a ray. Mr. You. You see it? You feel it? Let's do it again, right? See yourself in the center of the sun disk. Circle ray. See yourself as a ray. Mr. You. See, so we gave them a piece of it, because they don't know what the hell we saying after we say colon, right? So we keep that to ourselves, right?
Right, right.
That's right. Yeah.
See, so you see, so you give a little bit. See, that's okay. But then they got to come over here to get the rest of it, because we the fire being. Make sense now?
Yes, it does. It makes a lot of sense.
You'll do it one more time, we go 3. Let's go. Visualization. See yourself in the center of the sun disk.
Yeah.
See yourself as a ray, colon, Mr. You. You see, you feel it, right? See, so your vision should be able to expand beyond anything that you've been taught. Because the earth is just a dot inside of this energy where it came from. So you got all of that inside of you. And the only thing you're doing is what? You're constantly activating it. So you walking out in that sun, and you see that sun every day now. You're going to put your glasses on, have your eyes closed, and you're going to feel that sun. And you're going to look up and say, let me try what the emperor said. Say, visualization, see myself in the center of this sun. Circle ray. See yourself as a ray. Colon. Mr. Human. You feel me? And you just go, and we're about there playing with it. They'll figure out what colon after colon mean. You feel me? We just give them that little bit so they can just see how we roll. Every time you see that sun, you got to stop for a second. It only take you 15, 30 seconds. If you know how to get that vision, just close your eyes. It ain't gonna hurt your eyes. Ain't gonna never tell nobody to look at the sun. You want to visualize the sun. You look at it early in the morning, for right after dawn. You don't want it once it's past 7 o'clock. It's raging to bring your fucking eyes out. You feel me? And anytime after that, you don't want to look at no sun. Mess up your vision. Now, trust me, I know. So, you looking at that energy. So you see that energy like that X-flare, see how that energy? It's just, they just give you that image that the one ain't hurting your eyes, but you know that's the sun. You can feel the energy inside that sun. And now you look at your ISNU, your background, even my background, you feel? Then you looking at the sun that showed up October 21, 26. Okay? Smiley face. You see how the energy? Now you gotta see yourself. You can put yourself in his mouth, right?
Yeah.
Smiley face. And you put right in the mouth, he's right in the center, right? So you see yourself in the center of the sun disk. That's how the sun looks, that's energy. So what you're doing is you calling all your what? Your solar energy. So that make all the spells they done put out there, all the witchcraft, all the voodoo, all the spells, all these witches and everything. You just cancel all that. Why? You went straight to the sun. And now you seeking energy from the sun to burn all that shit out.
Yeah. There you go.
You start to see it now, right?
Right.
So you got to keep working on putting no damn roots on you, voodoo, all that bullshit. You feel me? Because you go through the sun now, and you're a sun being, and you can burn it all out and burn them out too.
Just recharge.
See it? You start to feel it now?
Oh, yeah.
So then then you can find out if you're real or not. Because outside of that, if you can't get that energy, where you at? You ain't got no existence. So why you need somebody to say you ain't got no damn existence? You just here for now having fun.
Right.
Right. Fucking, having sex, making little youngers here and there, that's all you is. You just chasing, like I said, whatever coming for you. You ain't got no existence. We here for existence, but we ain't going nowhere. Now you got your ID back, you got your identity, your culture. Come on, bro. Does that make sense to you?
Make a lot of sense. A lot of sense.
Perfect sense.
Yeah.
Visualization.
All right. We come up to the 6th of August, 2024. Another X-class flare occurred. but the specific details about this flare are not provided in the search results. However, the occurrence of 2X flares around this period indicates heightened solar activity. And if you look to the top far right, see those two images. That was the image that we grabbed. So that's those 2X flares back to back. All right, we do have a question in the chat, moderator. Did we see anything?
No questions in the chat about from my host.
You sure?
Oh, you ain't seen nothing yet. You get ready to see them. I mean, you get ready to see things going off, but they ain't gonna be able to measure it. I mean, that's how much excitement that's happening with me coming to my seat.
Okay.
You got the universe. They know who I am. I'm growing into that position. You remember what old man said? He said, "What did he kneel to you?" Right? See what I'm saying? And I said, "Yeah, why?" He said, "Cause the master, if I did, he don't kneel to nobody." Or he had to travel through a spell, but he kneeled to me. So he seen me in my dweller form. And all of them, what he said, they was wondering how all the one that's being released is kneeling to this. Who is this guy? Who this guy they love so much all of a sudden? You feel me? Now you see that my Grand Assembly, Royal Grand Assembly. You feel me? So I got to get y'all straight so y'all can move your shit. I got other things to do.
Right.
You feel me? So, you know what I'm saying? So, I'm coming in 58 number 3. So I done grew myself up it's time for them type meetings with my 5 men, you feel me? To organize my arrival. You feel me? I'm coming to my seat, whether you like it or not.
Yeah.
Yeesh.
Yeah.
Gratitude.
Smiley face.
Gratitude.
Okay,
All
now
right, what
do
else
we
you
have?
got?
Let me see if
You
we have
got,
something in the
you
chat.
probably have, I told you got to check the sun, and you probably have something today. And you got other experts that have them. That matter of fact, we getting hit now with a CME with day and tomorrow. So you done had a couple more cents then and shot off some X flares. And you get ready to see a whole lot more. Well, waiting around my Earth Day coming that time. And after that, and I'm on my 58 number 3. Remember, I'm in 58 number 3. I don't become the gates of hell don't open up. Third year don't open up to 28 January 2025. That's the third year. The gates is open. So you see all this energy from 31st to 28th of January. Woo wee! I said, hold your horses. And get your seatbelt on. We get ready to ride, buddy. And it ain't got nothing to do with them. It's about me coming to my seat. Ain't got nothing to do with them military. Ain't got nothing to do with what's going on in Jerusalem. Ain't got nothing going on in Ukraine. Ain't got nothing to do with none of it. It's about me coming to my seat. And they don't announce me and bring me to my seat, but it ceased to exist. Yeah, I said it. It ceased to exist. They already know that. I ain't gotta say it. I ain't gotta say it loud.
Yeah.
All right. Come on, let's go.
Gotcha. All right, our next slide. We have the 8th of August, 2024. This brings in the Lionsgate 888 portal. That was the 888 day, the manifestation time. H.E.M.4 gave Nama Nationals 3 affirmations to write down and recite every day. And we done spoke up, and we have spoke about the affirmations.
Yeah.
9th of August, 2024. A powerful 5.3 magnitude earthquake rocked the Kanto region of Japan. The sun unleashed the X-class solar flare, blast third coronal mass ejection toward the Earth. 11th through the 14th. The Perseid meteor shower is usually one of the most spectacular of the year. Swift and bright meteors combine with pleasant summer night temperatures to make this a show you certainly won't want to miss. In ideal conditions, viewers can expect to see about 50 to 100 shooting stars crossing the sky per hour, according to NASA. The peak of the display was visible the night of August 12th, the dawn of August 13th, per Daisy Dobrojevic. Although the moon was about 50% illuminated, it set at midnight, and so optimal viewing conditions were early in the morning until dawn. That was from the 11th through the 14th. And on the 14th, that's when Jupiter, the magnitude was at negative 2.2, met Mars at a magnitude of 0.8 in the constellation Taurus. The planets were clearly visible to the naked eye. It can be observed closer with a telescope or a pair of binoculars. Jupiter nears Mars, close approach time 1522 GMT, 11:22 a.m. EDT. Close approach distance 0 degrees, 18th hour. Any questions on this slide? Any questions in the chat?
Yeah, there's a question in the chat host from Nanya Nasura Ray. Salam alaikum, Ma'asha Wolf Protector. Can you please expand on what you meant when you said they saw you in your dweller form as to why they bowed to you?
Great question.
Who else they gonna kneel to? You gotta realize, I don't think you know the host. See, you got beings who walk on both sides that live amongst you. Okay. And so I'm fortunate enough to have certain type of beings around me and been watching me since I was 6, 7 years old, and was told to watch me from what I gather now. And so little information is going on in my system. And you have to call people to get certain answers. You can't go to your psychics, let's say your, history buffs out there on the market. You can't go to them and ask these type of questions, you feel me? So preachers and imams, all that, you gotta know people. So when I was going through that fire transition, the fire light inside of me, I had to get answers. So from that conversation, before I even got to anything, he was ecstatic to talk to me. And so that kind of calmed me down because I was all fiery. So when I asked him why he was so excited to talk to me, and he said, I just talked to you on the other side. And I said, huh? He said, I just talked to you on the other side. And now I come back on this side, and the first person I talked to, which we ain't talked in over 3 years, is me. And the command that I give it them, for them psychics with, y'all call them warlocks, whatever. They travel both sides to work for the kings of the world, the presidents of all these countries around the world. All of them got some agents. But they got to know. They was given command to come back on this side to find out who had the power in this human form to open up the gates of hell. So my question was, what you mean? The gates of hell is open? He said, yeah. And I said, well, how long? And he said, it's around the 28, 29. He said, interesting. He said, why? I said, I did a ritual around that time. And he said, what type of ritual? And I said, I did a ritual to release my grandma's spirit. And he said, well, he know my family from this point. He said, what family? My grandma. And I said, Agnes Sampson. He said, Agnes Sampson. He said, the witch. I said, you acting sense. He said, is she your grandma? And I said, it came to me when I told him about the 6 and the 5 lit. And he said, oh, the 5 lit. I said, what you mean? He said, a 5 found a lit. So it's like they've been waiting all these years for that 5 to light. He said, it'll never go back out. He said, so you done grew to that level with your 5 lit. And now you was able to do that. So he asked me what I feel about a witch. And I death, destruction. I said, well, if you're talking about death, I didn't go to. Yeah, she Rick and Morty said in, she burnt gone. I said I went to free her soul because they had it trapped. It was a spell. And I said it was 430 years. So I asked him, I said, what about that 430 years? He said, what y'all know about that 430 years? And I told him about that was the end of the 430 years on 28 January when I did what I did. So he's talking about he lied to King James lied because he thought everybody, all this stuff's supposed to be happening around 2035, 2040, 2040, right? 2040, 2041 when it's supposed to be happening. It's happening, it started happening it happened in 2022 because I'm the one who came and did it. So they were basing on 1611, Holy James Bible or King James Bible. Okay. That's what they were basing on. So you hear everybody talking about the 400-year spell and all that. All right. That's why they tell you in the Moors teaching and Black American history teaching. But they're a 430 year spell. That's what James and all them did, because they supposed to be stealing your royalty. So if you go back and look at things, they had to that time to solidify that seat. And so you see me come along 2022 and take it back and curse whoever had it, stole it to 26,000 years by then. But since then, I done dealt with my energy in the 5 to where everything working around 3. So now you got 26,003. So that carries it up to 70,000 plus before they can even talk to me again. So, you know, yeah, 78,000 years. So it's at 78,000 now. So 2 of the numbers of the Masih coming in was 7, royalty. Now y'all see the 8 on my head. So there was 2 numbers they would give me all my life, even though I said all the other numbers. They said, oh no, you're 7, 8. You know, so commanded General Powell on that day because he went to the other side when I put certain paperwork out back in 2021. And I knew they had touched him because he part of the system. He authenticated sovereign print. So as I'm coming out, first one they take out is him. But his spirit came to me, or I called his spirit, and I gave his spirit a command. And that command was seen live on, we did that on live air. And with that command, I told him open up the gates. First one came out the gates was the master. And he was on the other side. So you gotta really go back and listen to that tape, because I did it live. So he was impressed at the point that I did it live. He couldn't believe it, I was able to do it live. Because you able to do something like that live, that makes you brought the veil down. So now that the veil been down since 2022, well, we went down then. I think I wrote into a decree that they didn't do certain things by a certain day. I'll bring the veil, and I commanded the dwellers. But those certain parts of the veil that came down, and y'all starting to see results of it. A lot of people been seeing results of it. So now that the gates is open, I let out 580 million, my number. So in my development, he said, if what you say go. So I could have kept the gates open, but I stopped at 580 because everything works around me at 58. So that's why I have 580 more to 5 million, but I let 580 million out. And it wasn't just from the hells of America. I was able to go to the other planets, open up them gates to get the warriors that belong on my ship. So now I got 580 million. And the master, if I did it, he sits on my right hand side. So as I'm going to my seat, well, I put him on the left hand side of my heart, my blood. So as I'm coming to my seat, I'm getting somebody to sit on my right hand side. He already did. I think I ain't met him yet. But I got 580. That's come from that ceremony I did that I grew into over the last couple of years. Those who on the ship grew into it with me because I gave them opportunity to get their family members that they can think of opportunity to come up to my gate. So they sitting there waiting. Or at least they ain't in hell. You feel me? So they stuck with me. Those who left and played games with Psalm 5 and all that was given to them, well, they already know they're doomed because the universe don't respect the person. So when people leave, I don't have nothing. I keep moving because this is a royal ship. And the ship is going to protect itself. So when people come on and think they're going to bring harm to this ship, it's already got everything around it they need, whether you call it spells or whatever. And so I ain't got time to work with it. That's why I was talking. But anyway, getting back to your point. So on that third night, after the call was over, I had my crown and everything on. So I got into a meditation state and started breathing. Well, I'll be real with you. Smoke my damn pipe. Got into a meditation breathing. And
All right.
that's what I'm gonna say. I got incense burning, got into Lotus, and then I was there, like instant. And I was like I was when I went home, like you sitting there like a whirlwind. And I told him about the day. We found out a couple weeks later, a couple days later, that happened in Scotland at the same time. We got on tape. Everything I said, I went through, I told them, then we found out it happened in Scotland, where the gates was open at. You feel me, fam? So you gotta understand how deep this shit is, okay? So he said, you able to travel? First of all, you able to put on wire. He said, were you able to travel over the ocean to open up the gates in a foreign country? You over here? He said, well, you got that type of power. You got power to store the world. So it's what you say go. So now I'm writing my story. That's what I've been writing. Moto proprio, press release, imperial decree, notice of appointment, assassin, everything, mission. That's my story. He said, what you say go. So that's why I got a certain medalist. Nobody else knows, but she's on teams, on the national team. So they deal with me. Hand pick up. So when I was standing in this whirlwind, brother, standing in this whirlwind, I see this. I'm looking around, looking around, where am I at? Okay. I'm standing there, this being, well, I thought I told them like a log, like 5 logs sitting there. But has, you go really look at it, faint hands out like this. And I was standing there, it caught my attention, and I focused, and I watched this fire immortal being raise up right in front of me. And he raised up about 10 feet tall. And I was standing right in front of him. We standing looking at each other. And he bowed. Like he came up with his hands up. And I bowed back at him. And then I seen his wings come up. And I said, boy, impressive. And he looked up at the sky. But in that whirlwind, you see other fires going up. So when I explained that to him, he said that was a covenant. So you want to know how many I let out? So I'll tell him, how long do you let him out? And I had a certain date there. And from that conversation, I wasn't closing it back up to lock the fire, the master up at all. I came along nationalizing him and all them mortal beings. So they would never be locked up in that gate again. So that's why I say, I don't know what y'all talking about out here on the market, because I got 580 rolling with me. So you talking about an army, I got 580 million immortal fire beings, meals to meet on my level. So I'm in this human form dealing with y'all. And they came through all your schools. I ain't gonna tell you I was smart. I just couldn't learn half that shit because it made sense to me. So it's just natural born common sense, book sense, and made it through my years. And did what I did to survive to get to, this ship. Because you knew you were different. So you had that stuff manifest in your 58th year. And then you found out that nigga died at 58, who put the spell on you, or tried to steal the cross and put a spell on your family. So what you expect me to do? What, reverse the spell, put it back on that family? Well, that's why I say that seat they got on England don't mean that no more. I said that on paper. It ain't like I'm speaking it. No, I wrote it in a decree. Anybody that spell curse, that spell, and they came along, let you know they were listening to me, they heard me. They came along right after I did what I did. They came along and put and waiver, what they say, pardon the witches. So you know they heard me. Yes. But you can't see and say they heard me. And then when nobody talking about none of that stuff about them but me. So so that's why they kneel, brother. So if you catch my understanding where I'm coming from, right? So I got it, but I had to continue on that journey with y'all, grow y'all, knowing now about my other side that I heard about. So now my journey is what? To find out that other side. Because someone else is able to see me on the other side, but I didn't even see myself yet. So that meant I had to put something there for me to come through this school on this side until I get to a certain level. And because nobody's coming to tell me nothing, if I get to that level to be able to balance that dweller being out in me, and that. Because now you got all these immortal beings near to you. The dead follow me. You feel me? With the magic I come from. So they ain't never been seen before. Even the old heads around me who talk to me say the same thing. That magic you got ain't never been seen before. But I'm going into it. But ain't nothing out on the market they saying can touch me. That's why I say visualization. Go burn it. You can burn it out. All that voodoo madness that they playing with, they gonna burn like hell. So I ain't worry about it. Zip. See, you gotta burn that being soul to get back to the purest form for us dwellers. That's the hell burn. That pain, all that's burning it back to for us to, that's all energy. And that's part of our energy that you got. That's why I say you get your own certain time when you're gonna die. You didn't have to, but you did. So now you gotta live with it. Feel me? So that have your question out, Mr. Sulu?
Yes, that was a very informative testimony. I appreciate your sincerity. Gratitude, Protector. I yield the floor.
All right, great question. Great questions. Do we have any more questions in the chat, moderator, before we go to the next slide?
We got a question. Emperor, for the second phase, you commanded death to take 2 million souls per day. Has that amount of souls taken been increased? And exactly who is this death you spoke of? Just say again.
Hold on, I say that again.
Yeah. So for the second phase,
I think we up to 3, ain't we?
I
think we up to 3 million, ain't we?
okay. So you can
So
mark
make
it.
sure you
Something like
make sure
that.
you getting it. Think I wouldn't did I carry that up 3 mil? Or did I carry it up 2 mil?
3 mil.
Uh-huh. Cause you
Okay.
sleeping up.
Email.
Yeah, I gotta go back. Yeah.
Sure.
Because I thought it was two myself. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
That was
Third phase, yeah.
Nah,
like I said, man, I was fiery
Mm.
and grandma and everything.
Yeah.
And so I commanded them to take $1 million a day. Take $1 million a day. And he was talking about the immortified being before we got through this conversation. He said that they was checking out that 1 million immortified beings were being released and 1 million souls were being taken. And I said, get out of here. What are you talking about? He said, I know it's 2. I messed with you, Petty. It's 2. I'm at 2 now. I said they maybe met on go to 3. Y'all remember
yeah, it was 2. It was 2
that?
time.
I'm messing with
Yeah.
you. So, so I commanded, and he said before he knew anything I done, he said that they noticed that 1 million was down a day. So they keep good records, see? And they knows 1 million was being released. And I said, well, you keep them odd, you feel me? You down 1 million, I get 1 million. I stopped at 580. Okay. So you can imagine how many down there. I got 580 million, more than 5 million out of there. Think you can imagine how many more down there? That I want. I like I said, once I get everything set in stone now, I can do what I want to do. And that has been shown and proved that I'm a sovereign emperor. And now I'm growing into that my position. And those gonna be with me, fine. Those who ain't, we just peace. Because you gotta go through that fire. The ones on the ship here, they ain't get no free pass. They gotta go through a damn fire. You think they don't let that bullshit they got coming through?
Yeah.
I got a fire. It's like you going through a check when you go through court. Well, I got a fire. But my fire ain't gonna be, it's gonna be like normals. It's gonna, if you get electrocuted or that fire burn you because you can't get through, it's gonna show you where you fucked up or you need to go back and get straightened up so you can come on through the fire. But you ain't breaking in that shit over there. That's a whole different shit. It's a whole different shit. That's why I'm telling y'all earlier, y'all would let that shit go.
So,
I figured these mortal beings I'm dealing with, they ain't no joke. Y'all want to be fucking right now. They don't play. So you want to cross with me when I step to a certain level, you gotta walk through a fire. Purification, we call it. Somebody give y'all affirmation, give y'all stuff to do. If you sticking with it, you doing it, you rolling with me.
Right.
But you gotta let go of some of that ego
yeah.
that you holding on to. You ain't mortal being. Why you need ego for? You catch that one day.
Yeah.
Back. You gotta go.
Yeah.
You ain't mortal being. Why you need ego for?
Yeah.
You got your own being now. You can do whatever you want to do. And you recognize around the world.
That's right.
Now you just, like I said, you grooming. You don't need none of that stuff out there. You don't need the Moors, all the bloodlines. You don't got all of it. Everything. You nominationals. That's your bloodline. That's why they call me the nominal emperor, right?
That's right. That's
What they say to
right.
UN? What they say to UN? Who is this nominal emperor that the United States gave full faith credit to?
Mm-hmm.
The Pope.
So you can write your own apostille. So you can write your own apostille, you should know you can write your own state. You can write anything you want. You write everything. Everything you got. It's like any state you live in right now. You in Georgia, California, Texas, Jersey, New York, whatever. Your state got an apostille process. And everything that state right comes off of their full faith and credit they got based on what they call the Constitution, which they call express trust. So then they write a bond against that, right? So that they can move the government. Then they tax the citizen. That mean they make you a citizen of the state where you gotta get an ID and all that shit to work because they make money off of your contract. But you get permission to operate on the UCC 3-419 by accommodation. So you don't never have to control that contract. You got the Moors out there trying to claim they can do this now, offset debt, they're going to get a 7 trouble because that venue is for the corporation. You can't have a DG. The DG got to have its own venue. Then, like we got, then you got your own style over here. You got your own office. You got your own UCC office if you need it. You got your own international UCC office, my bad. You feel me? You got everything you need. That's why you got a court. So you can dock your document. You can dock yourself now. Finally get yourself on record. And stop playing games out there on Facebook and Twitter and shit, pretending you some damn body with some L on the back of your damn name or Bay. You ain't got that shit proved yet. You can't even you won't go to your state and change it. You get on Facebook and change it. So you some L Bay, so you got some paperwork, some more clown out there selling paperwork. If you got a nationality, you ain't got no venue, what do you need nationality for?
Facts. Facts.
Don't mean nothing.
Sick.
Your nationality ain't got no venue, you got no fake. What you need for it? You can have citizenship. You feel me?
Yeah.
That make sense to you?
Perfect sense.
So as you're doing your NEDs, get executive directors in certain positions with diplomatic status. Because see, you got to realize when you stepping on the scene with your full faith and credit and your oath of office from your state, you gonna see you watch that things move. See, there ain't nobody that got no authority like I got, or we got. So as you come in there, I'm giving you, that's what I'm saying. I groom you. So some of you been on the ship over a year now, so you get a certificate of standing. Shit, you take an oath of office certificate of standing any international bank, you know what the fuck you want. You feel me? So I'm getting y'all groomed, because we can really light fire, you feel me? And we ain't got time to look back. So they on our shit, we deal with them. If we can open up the door, when we open up the door, cool. We'll set something up. Like I said, I talked to management to get something set up for those who serious out there start playing games, all these more games and Christian games and Muslim games and all that bullshit. We ain't got time to play with it. We ain't got time for Allah, we ain't got time for Jesus, we ain't got time for none of that bullshit. You know what I mean? We ain't got time for it. You can go tell the Empress that. And I decided all of them come up. Yeah, I done did it, really. You know what I'm saying? That's why the motu proprio was, you feel me? Call your gods. That's why I just did another session. That's why you're doing. Tell them to call their gods out. Because you didn't call yours. They couldn't stop me, right?
Right.
That's why we rolling on, right? So now you got to get, y'all coming in and getting in these positions. So now y'all got to groom yourself to allow other ones to come in and we're going to need to sit ship. Because you got ship. Anybody should know we're going to be bigger than what we are now. But I ain't going to get all these folk on my ship. And I'm still giving y'all a discount. I had the same discount for nationality, but silver gonna be changed a little bit. But I come out again, maybe, I don't know. Maybe, you know, what it is now, it's in the royal order that I'll get ready to put out. And update royal order 2 to 3. And that'll be all updated in there. So when we open up, that's just why it's gonna cost you to get through the gate. You know, but by that time, y'all in tune with everything that's doing your government. So we can work them in anytime we want, but we just ain't got time for somebody to come sit on the ship and ain't got time just want to ride the ship. We just ain't got time for that. All right. I see the time shit. We've been on here 4 hours. Okay. So where we at?
Are we on the next slide right now? Because we done asked questions and answered questions on this slide, which was great.
Hey, like I said, we got an end of the month show. So some of that stuff we'll be talking on the end of the month. You feel me? Especially the timeline, because we ain't gonna be have time on this show. So we'll finish up on the next show about, certain events. All right, so let's talk about this moon we're in right now. Come on.
Yeah, 19th of August, 2024, the blue sturgeon supermoon, which is right now. This August, we're treated to a rare celestial event, a super blue moon. This means the moon is at its closest point to Earth, appearing larger and brighter than usual. And it's the second full moon of the month, hence the quote, blue moon, end quote, moniker. The Aquarius full moon would light up the August sky, peaking 14:26 Eastern Standard Time on the 19th. This is our last full moon before eclipse season begins, and we may feel the intensity rising. Expect the unexpected. Nama and many indigenous cultures have deep connections to the moon cycle. For example, some Native American tribes refer to the August full moon as the sturgeon moon. reflecting the abundance of sturgeon fish during this time. Flow and surrender. The Aquarius energy of this full moon encourages us to let go of control and embrace the flow of life. It's time to trust the universe and surrender to what is. Uranus, the wild card. Uranus, the planet of sudden change and rebellion, is highly active during this full moon. This can bring unexpected twists and turns, revealing hidden truths or vulnerabilities. Embracing uncertainty. It's okay to feel unsettled or anxious during this time. Remember, change is a natural part of life. Focus on staying grounded and present. A call to action. While it might feel like we're in limbo, this is actually a powerful time for self-reflection and inner growth. Use this energy to identify what no longer serves you and create space for new beginnings. And that's what you was touching on earlier when you was expounding on some of it. This blue moon and this energy that it's bringing.
Y'all got a whole ship. You can imagine all the offices y'all got to open up. You can let go. Now you're sealing it. So we in this. I'll tell you, 58 number 3 in a couple of days. And y'all sealing it. Cool. What's next? What else you got? Any questions?
Moderator, do we have any questions in the chat?
No questions in the chat at the moment, host.
No questions at this time.
Really? Let's sit back for a show, right? 4-hour movie, right?
Yeah.
And today is what, the 23rd August 2024. This is the 1-year anniversary of a powerful solar flare that CME erupts on the sun, forming a visible crown. And if you look at the image,
how many days is after the 19th? That's when 19th, 20, 21, 20. That's Friday. And look where we at with our paperwork. And y'all know where we at with our paperwork. That's crazy there.
Yeah, that is real crazy.
A year anniversary since the crown showed up on it. That's hot. On the sun now. We got the sun man showed up, the smiling face, and a crown. Let me know. You see that man face in there? But anyway, we'll keep going. We'll leave that alone. But but you know, you see, they let you know I'm universal. So that's hot.
It's Namachi, so would check the chat.
Come on.
You got the Earth, the flare from today, X flare.
What?
They got one today. I told y'all, keep your eyes open.
X flare. Now, I mean, X flares are the biggest one that they have known to record. That's
but you're X. You can't lose the 20. You got X, you know. A lot of them back in there, X. Unknown. You feel me?
Yeah.
I'm unknown. Where I come from, unknown, you see. So I got double X on me, you Louis the 20, right?
Yep.
A little 10. That's crown is hard at. Y'all remember that though. And you know, we catch that stuff, but NASA don't show you nothing. We catch it from them other people we got. And we be catching that stuff when we need to catch it, you feel me?
Yeah.
Like the sun, man, when he showed up on the sun, it should have been on every news channel, right?
Yeah. that really should have. That looked like a man emerging from, or a being emerging from that sun.
He had the phoenix in his chest, remember?
Yeah.
Sun man. Yeah.
Yeah.
And he had the eagle head turned to the right. The beak was turned to the right in his chest.
Right.
That's a seal. That was a seal that's inside your chest. That's solar energy.
Sure.
Remember? All right, what else we got?
Moderator, do we have any questions in the
The
chat?
X flare from today in the chat. I'll read
Oh
it.
yeah, what did it say?
Hold on. I mean, let's see.
You can read it. Okay,
Okay, you got it. You got it, Harder.
Okay, no problem.
I don't see it.
Okay, according to Earth Sky, the chance of an X-class solar flare on August the 19th, 2024 is 20%. The Met
They ain't showing no effort. They talking about a possibility of one.
No, go read
Y'all
it.
bring something like that.
Keep reading it.
Keep reading.
The Met Office also predicts a chance of strong flares, including X-class flares, along with moderate-class flares. X-class flares are the most powerful type of solar flare. Flare. In the last 36 hours, the sun has released 3 X-class flares and many smaller flares from a highly active region. The most recent X-class flare, an 6.3 was the strongest flare observed. 6.3 was the strongest flare observed during the current solar cycle. It occurred close to midnight in Europe, so it didn't impact. What did it say? It didn't impact satellite navigation or communication there.
6.3, boy, that's a big X.
Oh, yeah, that got me there right there.
Yeah, that's pretty
Right.
cool, right? Y'all born in 1963, right?
Exactly.
Oh yeah.
Exactly.
I see you now, you back out here. I see.
That's serious.
Yeah, I see what you got there. You see, I caught it too. Though.
Yeah.
Hey,
Oh, like that.
He already be coming with something.
What's up?
You ain't seen that yet. Keep your eyes on.
Mhm.
I saw yesterday.
I told y'all, y'all gonna wake up, one of these days, y'all gonna see my face on Star Mountain. It's gonna fuck y'all already. Niggas gonna
Like,
wake up and say, oh fuck. What happened to Colonel Lee? There's a crown up there, y'all. He's a black man. Y'all gonna be messed up, right? How that shit happen? Magical, man. Y'all crazy. Only y'all
How you, host?
Okay, do we have any more chat? I mean, any more questions in the chat? If not, we can move
No
on to the
question.
next slide.
Yeah.
Okay, this brings us to the 28th of August, 2024. The comet to Su Qinshan, which is the comet that comes between Earth and the Moon. I think that's the one that's in play right now.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think that's the one that they're observing. Or
Oh, I haven't even checked that out. That's coming through on the 28th. That's interesting.
yeah, that's the one that's going to come between Earth and the Moon.
okay.
Don't look that one up. Like, no, y'all ain't got me on that. It's new to me.
Yeah, Susian.
You know me, I'm all hyped when you come to doing something. You comment always show who you is. I'm like, I got a comment too. Okay. All right.
There's a lot happening in this Aquarian period we're in. That's a lot.
Okay. I gotta check that one out a little bit. Get more. I get on
Gratitude.
that on the calls. All right, come on, let's get out of here.
Okay, 29th through the 31st, the Sovereign Observance, Crown Day Celebration, 28th through the 31st August.
I
The
think
Emperor
that's
was a
wrong. No, we changed that. That's cool though. We changed it. We updated. It's the 29th to the 1st. Because you ain't gonna be right down the future to get up on 1st after my party. So I'm gonna give you that day off.
Mhm.
So ain't no way you're gonna come to work September the 1st after 31st. So we changed it to the 1st.
Okay.
So that's your recuperation days. Your ass come to work on the 2nd, ready to roll, right?
Right,
You
right.
gonna do a damn thing out the 1st. Hanging with me.
You're already
So we
thinking
gonna-
about it.
Yeah, so that's 29th to the 1st of September now, all right? You know, you have to change that up a little bit, all right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, they changing it right on the spot. That's what I'm talking about.
Better and better.
Change that up.
Son,
So I
son,
get
why,
y'all.
son?
Yeah, get y'all. There ain't no way you gonna get up to go to work. Ain't no way. I ain't even want to hear it. Everybody called in on the 1st. I'm like, let's give you the day off. Bro. And all of them pay holidays, so you're gonna enjoy yourself. You really
All right.
don't.
Oh, yeah. Now the revised amended 29th through the September 1st, Sovereign Observance, Crown Day Celebration, 28th through the 31st August. The Emperor was officially acknowledged on record as His Majesty, parentheses H.M. 1-year anniversary. Opening ceremony, libations and drums for the H.E.M. H.E.M. lineage of miracles.
But that was okay. You had me lost for a second. Hold on a minute.
Okay.
But the way they typed it in, they got to type it in right. They ain't got to type it in right. So on the 31st of that year is when the motu proprio and all that stuff had, and they had me on dock from that point on. Not as head of state now. They had me on dock at the UN as His Majesty because nobody could come and step against that motu proprio. So that's why they got to be explained. If our people say, "Oh, he wrote one," okay, yeah, they couldn't answer it. So now, so you can tell your status because at the head of state, they had you at the State Department, everywhere in government as head of state. So what changed to make you His Majesty now? Only thing changed was the motu proprio that you wrote that you sent out and verify that treason charge against you and shut every damn body down. So not just that boy down in Georgia had to respond. The Pope, the King of England, the Queen of England, all them niggas had to respond. You feel me? And they couldn't. So on the 31st, my Earth Day, all them days have passed and that time was up. And y'all notice we started messing with a certain country. We leave off the record for now. And they found out that His Majesty is on record at the UN and the State Department as His Majesty, not just the head of state no more. So now you, His Majesty, that makes you a sovereign in your own right, which makes you absolute. And that's on the world scene. You feel me? So now you establish and you enjoy full faith and credit on the world scene at a sovereign status. That's when it came on record. When I came on record on 31st of August, 2023, right?
Yes.
Or
Right,
2022.
right.
That was 2022. My bad. 2022. When that came on record, that was that. Yeah, 2022, because I wrote motu proprio 18 March. You feel me? So all them days passed. And they had all that time to do what they had to do. They couldn't. So we found out on my Earth Day that they got you on record at the head of the Security Council as His Majesty. So then I came in and changed it to His Imperial Majesty to separate me from other heads of state like King Muhammad. He's as His Majesty. Charles in England, His Majesty. You feel me? So I'm His Imperial Majesty. So you see me coming update their database to bring in an HEM now, because I'm above the HMs. You feel me? So you see all that stuff started transpiring after that. It makes sense to you?
Oh, yes. I'm with the,
Uh-huh.
Oh, yeah.
yeah.
Because they would normally use the HIM. So that you brought in the
They now
HEM.
on the international arena, international protocol, if you got a royal status, you His Majesty, HM. You can be Her Majesty or you can be His Majesty. So if you got a queen, it's HM. If you got a king, it's HMs. It's for each acronym, depends on who's sitting in that seat. So when I came along, I'm the emperor. Okay. So under that status that I sent out with the imperial dash motu proprio and put the Pope and everybody on notice that my authority was above him. Once nobody could respond at the head UN level, well, when they checked on me from a document I sent to a foreign state to open up diplomacy, when they checked on me, they found out I was on record as His Majesty, not just as head of state. He's recognized as His Majesty. Then when they came over here and inquired about us, remember, they talked to Georgia, North Carolina, Virginia governors, and sitting all three of them. I don't know if Virginia got a new governor. I know North Carolina got the same governor. Georgia got the same governor. I don't know if Virginia do or not. But they asked the governor about me, and they recognized who I was, knew I had a state. And then they said they asked what? The President of the United States and his corps. And they said, yeah, they've been knowing about me since when? Obama, okay, era, okay? And they said, what? Well, we don't mess with his government. And thank the Lord, he don't mess with our government. So you see, that's when all that stuff came out. Because I was on record as His Majesty, not just as head of state. You feel me? And help you out.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
You like that shit, though?
Oh, yeah. You know I do.
Mhm.
I think I
But
listen to
the
audience
market
a
like
little
it.
bit
You
too.
got a sovereign on the land. They think on bullshit. They try to
Facts.
compare us and attach us to all this bullshit out on the market. I shut it down. Because all that shit got coming from my court. Even the more science temple. All that got coming from my court. They ain't got no right. They ain't got no right to exist. They ain't teaching nothing about Drew. All that's all dealing with a court that's filed in Cook County. All Drew Ali shit is under me now. He's the fifth Marquis Demon Son Rule. And that stuff don't mean nothing, but we don't need no Service 7. It ain't got them nowhere to save him. You feel me?
Facts.
But we don't
Yeah.
need a Quran. But look at all the Palestinians dying holding up the Quran. Is it saving where Allah at? He ain't showed up yet. See? That's bullshit.
Yeah.
You call them
Yeah.
people that Jews, they're supposed to be the chosen people, right? But they die just like you and bleed like you, who make them chosen. How can you be chosen? You're the occupied land. Anybody ask that question? How?
That's the question.
They're on
Right.
record that the U.S. occupiers of land, of the royal land. So how can you be the royal family then? Or you claim to be royalty? So why they getting all these benefits? Because of what? The Rothschilds and the way they got the system set up. These ain't no real Jew. You're a real Jew. That's why I claim what? I claim Jerusalem and Jericho. That's my territory.
Mm. Mm.
Huh?
That's right. And
And you
that's
seen all
true.
hell break loose when I put that stuff out there, right?
Yes. Oh,
Right.
yes.
Facts.
Yeah.
That's right.
It's getting worse and worse.
Tell you. United States is our that's a state, but the Pentagon works. That whole mission is what? The American state citizen, the American state. That's the sovereignty of the land. That's the imperial CMYE, that's IRK Republic now.
Hmm.
Lawfully, legally, and administratively.
Teach.
So now you can administratively run your ship, right?
Real
Right.
talk. Yes.
It's time to dance.
This dance.
You got a raised hand?
Let me see. I think we have a question in the chat. Moderator, do we have a question in the chat or YouTube or?
Yeah, we have
You
a
got a
question.
raised hand?
You got a question in the chat also raise hand. We'll take the raise hand first.
Okay. All righty.
Sorry, Coach, you have the floor.
So, Assalamu alaikum with Magic Potato.
Yeah.
Just a quick question. On verification of your status, is that what allowed you to beat the case with the post office?
Yeah, because I was already a sovereign on the record, but it wasn't on record publicly. It was on record at the Board of Governors. Because you got to realize that, you know, we were so far gone. They were saying back then we were 18 years ahead of ourselves. So we didn't really understand the sovereign state that we had created. So we had different views coming from Crown Prince, Ramsey Bay, Tucker Bay, all these so-called gurus out there on the market. I don't need to carry their name, but I don't mean that, but all of them fake. But anyway, because they ain't been able to prove they're Bay or L anything. It's just Facebook shit. You feel me? You know, it's all that. I'm a L or Bay, all that bullshit. It's just bullshit. Because you gotta have a venue. So the nobles know a Bay or L, that's noble titles. You can't have a noble title in jurisdiction of somebody else. You gotta have your own venue. So they ain't got it. That's why the egos in America. You got all these niggas that claim all that bullshit. African Americans want to be Moors. You gotta have your own venue. You're a Moor, you got your own venue. You gotta dock yourself. So they've been watching me for years. So they, you know, you see the copycats out there try to catch on what I'm doing, but I don't pay no attention because you ain't got time to deal with it. So you public. But if they got anything attaching themselves to us, that's why the court's open now. So you can bring that right into the court. And whatever they done collected off of you or whatever they, like that boy down in Fayetteville trying to be here, watch that bullshit, all that shit is coming up for the court. You ain't got a right to use United Washington the other month. You ain't got a right. You ain't got no right to use the embassy government. You ain't got no right to use Dr. York shit. You ain't got no right to use embassy, our Moroccan shit. Even I can get to the point that he shut Morocco down. So even think about using the emperor shit. It claims some status. But we're gonna be cool with that, you feel me? But they are our system and they treaty. But you gotta understand the authority that comes under your venue now. So when I came against the post office, they said they had to win that case. But they said they didn't win the case, I own the post office. Last time I checked, I won that case without an attorney. Standing on my square, standing on my full faith and credit. That's when the case went in 513. There ain't want nobody saying that. So you see, they've been knowing about me since 205 that I had that sovereign status. So when I went into court against Georgia on a lottery ticket I won, well, the national took them to court for the corporation on behalf of the corporation, and I took them to court in Tennessee to another federal jurisdiction. Georgia came in arguing that they wanted the court, they wanted back into their jurisdiction because I done stepped outside of my venue. And they answered said, no, he ain't stepped outside his venue. He got full in the credit. He can go in there where he want to go. You feel me? So of course the clerk came in and closed the case, but y'all don't know international law. See, when you get at that level, you got the chief judge, and then you got like a deputy judge or a magistrate judge they call, okay? And then you got a clerk of court. So when they came in and got a clerk of court to close the case, when I told the attorney general we had that meeting, she said something about, the court case. I said, yeah, I know you closed it because all of y'all bar attorneys. She said, what you mean? I said, you can't close that case. It's an international just co-gen case. It said just co-gen. Go look at what just co-gen means. All right, that's a just co-gen case. You can't close that case. A judge got to close that case. So the clerk can't close that case. It's an international case. So that case ain't closed to this day. And she said, oh, he know what's going on. You damn right I know what's going on. I went in and opened up my damn court. I knew you niggas all belong to the bar. You feel me? I went and opened up my court. And once they acknowledged me and my full credit, well, they created what they call the 12th district, where now we can meet them and at that 12th district and talk to them government to government. And then we created the 13th district, which is the Imperial Moorish Yamasee Council Court. Because we established Council Court in America, that the president wrote a memorandum 1956. Okay, he wrote a memorandum. He didn't write no executive order. So the court would never really close, but you had to come and have some foreign authority, sovereign authority to reopen the court. That's what we did. So your court's been open. It's just about you getting the right justice into place and move your damn court. So that's how deep that stuff go, bro. That help you out a little bit there, bro?
Yes, that helped me out a lot. And I just have one more additional comment to make. In relation to the just co-gen, that terminology, because you claim that the case isn't closed yet, can you please expand on what?
It ain't closed. No, that case, I charged them 93 million plus equity at 1%. So when that case go to your court or the international court, maybe no different. It's a just co-gen case. And what's gonna make that just co-gen case so big now is that the United States got a ruling against it at the UN level about violating the rights of people in America. That big case they got. That case against the United that coincide side with my just co-gen case.
Would that case fall under the IPO orders?
IPO order, what you mean?
Like the determination on indigenous peoples, indigenous.
Pardon? Ain't got nothing to do with that.
Okay.
How can you fuck? What indigenous order you talking about? There ain't no such thing as indigenous order. What are you talking about?
No, I'm talking about the Constitution.
Constitution. What Constitution?
It's either a constitution, but it's dealing with indigenous colonies and its peoples.
No. You can't bring that into the Constitution, brother. This is a case before the Constitution got written.
Okay.
You're talking about the postal case.
Yeah.
Postal case, that was when Yamasee government was coming in. We had that established. That just co-gen case, that's an international case where it's against it. Now, if you said indigenous rights of indigenous people, that falls under that genocide. What's going on in Palestine, all that kind of stuff. What's going on in America too, because it's genocide in America, they don't know it. Okay. But they classify themselves as a corporation. So as long as they keep classifying themselves as a corporation, they can never get no status. But anyway, if you're looking at the indigenous rights of indigenous people, that falls under just co-gen. But they violate your indigenous right because you claim you have official status. You ain't going up to UN and get that 5 minutes of fame. Claiming you got some indigenous status, you ain't got shit. You feel me? You actually have indigenous status. Why you see on paper it says what? Indigenous people, quote, non-nationals, end quote, have the right. You feel me? Because
that's right.
You adopted all of them because you can. You have the authority, you can. So they wrote all these laws, indigenous rights and all that back in the day, declarations, when none of the countries that's chartered under them represent them. but they got citizens. You feel me? And then you got people like what's that? Australia. They call them what the indigenous people down there?
The Aborigines.
Aborigines. Okay.
Aborigines.
So you see, so now the government of Australia has wrote laws to keep their people away from these indigenous people, because if these indigenous people wake up and realize who they are, they can come under the indigenous rights at the UN, lawfully, legally, and administratively.
Yes.
See, but they keep them dumbfounded. You see what they're doing?
Yes.
See? So them the only people to really use it. Americans going in there saying they indigenous with a social security card. That's called the cart pulling the horse. You feel me?
No.
You can't free yourself from your slave master. So how can you go to the UN and stand up for 5 minutes and saying that you've been violating on indigenous rights when you should be arguing about violation of your trust agreement that they signed with your black ass? You feel me?
So this is where you go back to saying that instead of giving them human rights, the de facto governments gave people civil rights.
Civilly, that's a corporation, that's a building. There ain't nothing live in there.
Yeah.
So when they say they honor Martin Luther King for the civil rights movement, I say, well, he was an agent. He sold you out. Because the UN gave you what? Judicial immunity, no, not judicial, eliminates, what is it, y'all? Colonialism? What was that? They wrote, it's in your constitution, we went down. I'm saying tripping. Away from colonialism in 1961. And then they came with civil rights in 62, 63. So the world came and gave you human rights. You chose civil rights, and you give him a statue in DC because they taught them to make the people become civilly. You feel me?
Yes. Yes.
So now you got civil rights. You don't have no human rights, and that's the contract, your birth certificate. It's all cap.
Yeah.
You feel me? So I said a while ago, you didn't catch it because you overseas. But I said they should be arguing about their birth record contract. Like I mentioned earlier, it's your contract, it's a trust. So you don't never see the people arguing about their birth record contract and the rights they got under that contract. They arguing about rights that some president gonna write in and get them a benefit or anything. It's bullshit. And every time they get in office, they do the same shit. It's a banana republic. So they should be arguing about or going to these debates with Trump and Harris, talking about your birth record contract, and don't let them get off that point.
Yeah.
And stay on that birth record contract because you gave them authority on that birth record contract, and they operate the way they do it, and they ain't give you nothing off of it. They giving $80 billion to Ukraine on your birth record contract. Every order the president signed is off your birth record contract, the trust.
Right.
Whether you like it or not.
Yeah.
So you should be arguing about your birth record contract when you gonna get the rights to some of your rights of that contract, not no damn death certificate. You feel me?
Absolutely right, because they're controlling the benefactor. They're the benefactor.
You gave them authority to be secure parties.
Yeah.
Your
And
mama
they can
did.
make it.
She signed that contract over to the state. Mama been knowing to her. You can say, law, no excuse, right?
Yeah. Yes, protector.
You get all these sisters like playing the embassies, they purchase the embassy. Shut up. You feel me? Everybody ego out there, right?
Yeah. Tell me about it.
They know they be claiming they walking on water backwards, right? Ain't got no damn mean do nothing but talk. All right, what else we got here?
Gratitude, protector. I yield the floor. Thank you.
I thought you were like Roger. You just want to stand the call a little longer.
Nice.
Okay.
You know, he got all the time in the world on the call. He come on here want a good good though. Appreciate
Why
you.
not? Yeah.
That's good. You good. All right, what else we got? Oh yeah,
Okay,
go back a page.
Yeah, go back one more slide. We was going to get to the which
You gotta get down to the end, dog. How you gonna leave me on 30-31st now?
yeah. Gonna get to the 30 go get to the 31st of August.
Gotcha.
H.E.M. Solar return to Mother Earth. tie on 31st August 1963, and also the day H.E.M. received the handmade royal crown made by Don Pedro Alfonso, the late King of Congo, on 31st August 2011. It's the 13th-year anniversary coming up.
Hey, y'all gotta put the phone on mute. All right, who else you got? Say that again, bro.
The 31st H.E.M. solar return to Mother Earth top on 31st August 1963, and also the day H.E.M. received the handmade royal crown made by Don Pedro Alfonso, the late King of Congo, on 31st August 2011.
That shit wicked, ain't it?
Yes.
Look at that shit, y'all. I'm in the 13th year. That's why I tell y'all, I'm going to 58 number 3, and I start my 13th year anniversary. Ain't that shit wild? Y'all see the crown, right?
Mm-hmm.
Look at that shit, man.
Yeah, we see the crown on your head.
Yeah.
That's handmade, dog. It's the only crown ever been handmade in the history of the world by a king. Only one ever made history of the world by a king. And if you see that brother's fingers, them fingers that long. He got 2
Yeah,
fingers
King
this damn long.
Alfonso. Yeah.
He handmade this sucker, dog. It fit my head perfect on it.
Yeah.
Y'all see I done had it on 4 hours. It don't bother me. You just don't know the energy that come behind it. That's why I take it off. He told me to wear it every day. I'm like, I can't. He said, well, I just can't, dog. Y'all see the energy coming up behind him. I'll show you that picture. The energy vibrating off of it.
Yeah.
Y'all go really look at King Dome. You see, he was a emperor, in other words, because he was magic. He was a warlord, whatever y'all want to call it. Magic, witch doctor,
Sorcerer.
whatever.
Yeah.
Look at this cake.
Magic.
He got every symbol on that cake, and then he made his handmade. Listen, it took him 3.5 years to make the crown. Okay. It took him 3.5 years to make the crown. Okay. And then he had a ceremony to announce the crown. And right after that, he died. You know, I done raised him up. I done called it spirit when I did that ceremony. Because he did what he did for me. That's why I raised him up. See? And now being one got that crown when he did that ritual on me or that little ceremony, me feeding my goon. You know, them shackles open. You feel me? Oh, y'all ain't seen shackles tonight? Let's go get the shackles before we get off. Hold on a second.
Opening the shackles.
All right, and at this moment, moderator, we don't have any questions in
Y'all
the
hear him
chat.
clicking?
Okay.
Y'all hear him clicking?
Oh yeah, I heard the click. We can see him now.
See? Open the shackles, dog. That's that magic I got. See?
That's it.
Right up. That's right.
It, right. Yeah.
Where I go. Now they roll with me now.
Yeah.
I had them put away for a while. But you see this 13-year anniversary, dog? So now you think about this now. Okay, Dome died in 56. Okay, so 56, 66, 76, 86, 96, 106, 116. That's 60 years. So this is what, the 68th year since Dome died that the crown been on the scene? Look at it. It looks just like he just made it up.
Clean.
Yes, nice.
Clean.
See that magic in there? Let me show it again. Look now.
Yeah. Lot of energy in there. Don't
See the top?
Mm-hmm.
That's why I tell you that 888 energy. And I'm coming to 58 number 3. And I got 4 8s right here. So I said, well, I'm the 4th 8. I'm coming to my seat. You feel me? In my 13th year, this crown. And then you see I got that 580 million on 23rd of 2023 when that count ended when? On my Earth Day. You couldn't make that shit up, could you?
Yes, yes, yes. Can't make that
So
up.
That's why I knew I had. That's why I had to close the ship. I'm like, oh, you got 580 million on your 58 number 2. Damn.
Yeah,
Everything
right.
fell in place, right?
Right.
That's why
Is
y'all
right.
get paid holiday now, right?
And that is right.
So we good?
Good.
Good.
Real
oh yeah,
good.
One.
All right. All right.
Y'all ain't into no clubhouse music. You know what I mean? I'm a house, I'm a house man. I'm over here house about over here.
That's what I got in the background protecting.
Oh, really? Oh,
Yeah,
here,
that's what I
rocket. I'm
got.
over here rocket, boy.
Wise, yeah.
We would play it on the radio, but
Come on.
YouTube they'll
Be
try to
tripping.
shut our video down. We can't be live like that anymore with them.
Pretty soon. Pretty soon.
We ain't worry about it. Like I said, one of your first steps when you move your state, getting your own server.
Mm-hmm.
But you gotta get out. You gotta get away from the .com, .us, .org, all that. That's the United States. You got authority to get your own satellite in the sky. So we already in contract. It's part of our paperwork. And you got your own banking system. So people think you see what level I bring on, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
That's why I say we ain't got time to argue, folks. I'm looking at printing my own damn money, printing our own sovereigns, normal sovereigns, and put a satellite in the sky so you can have your own server. Or leasing space from a foreign country you're dealing with, so you can use that satellite that you put your own up there.
That's
If
right.
you got enough weapon, do whatever you want to do. Like I said, dog, you can't write off what you got. Like I said, you can get everybody in America. They come, like I said, you give them $1 million when he touch your part. I got a 999 sets T. That's 21 damn zeros on that bond, on that gold that we living on, that we can roll on. It's already approved. It's already done. That's just a scratch. That's 21 damn zeros. They talking about they 35 trillion. You got sets T on your shit. So right now, 35 trillion, I'm gonna struggle a pen. But you got to move your ship, get to where you got to go. And then we'll deal with them on that level. Or like y'all coming in and mess up on affairs. But we ain't here paying nobody out their own misery.
Yeesh.
Yeah. Somebody said.
You work any kind of deal you want with them, but you ain't here to pay their own stuff, okay? So let's end this. Y'all good?
Good. Good.
Very good.
Y'all get enough of me tonight?
And we got one more date, Dion, 31st, the last date.
We got that. Oh, you talking about the 31st? Okay, yeah, we talking about the 580 a while ago. Okay,
Okay, yeah. So we got the 31st of August, which brings us to the end of August. H.E.M.
First year, right? 2023, 1 year anniversary.
1 year anniversary. Received
That shit hot, ain't it?
580 million immortalified deities, the master, and 579 million imperial and imperial raw immortalified deities for the grand assembly for a universal traveler. Full quote.
Right.
1 year anniversary.
That shit hot.
Eesh. Yeah, that's hot right
That's why y'all get everything. Y'all get paid there, right?
Right.
And you know they ready to jam with me. You know that, right? You know
Oh,
that,
yeah.
like they got a jam and ample.
Oh, yeah, them boys been like they've been
Somebody
asleep
try
for a
to say
while.
ghetto, right? I tell you go to hell.
Real foundation.
got
All right,
one last
y'all. We
question
good?
from
Let's close
YouTube.
this thing
Got
out.
one
That's it.
last question from YouTube.
Oh, you got one
Still
more? Come
got
on.
one last question. Go ahead. You have the floor.
What you got?
Okay. From Just So Clean. Okay. How can one join and correct the status? How could this
Oh,
one be?
talking about getting national, getting it. Oh, they're gonna put out something next week. We have it out this week coming up. They work on it. Well, we open up and see who's serious. They want to move the ship. We open up for that. Outside of that, we just ain't gonna open up and get people on the ship.
Right.
If you're gonna move this ship, you can study and learn and move this ship and step up. But you got to catch up with the numbers now. So you reading on the side like you should be, and reading what we got online already. That should be enough to get you going. But once you step inside, you got to be ready to roll. Ain't no babysitting, okay? So they will open up and open up a registry, and then have a university call with everybody who registered, and I'll be on there and just talk to you off this call and see what you got. You feel me? We'll roll with it, all right?
Yeesh.
We clean up that area right now as we speak, interviews and everything. And get this paperwork so people go talk to these officials. Move their state, right?
Right.
Right.
That's right. That's
So
right.
I did like you're supposed to do, right? I came got everything done before I open up completely, see? So I ain't got time to keep dealing with it. You see what I'm saying? So y'all been, like I said, that confidentiality agreement y'all got with me, that's more powerful than nationality.
Mm.
Mhm.
See? So now I can roll with you.
Handshake.
All right, I yield. We good?
Yeesh.
Okay.
Yeah, that was the last question on that slide. And let me bring us up to the next slide. Our culture, which is the Namachi calendar. Also, we have the scan code below to order if you would like to scan the QR code.
And yeah, we will have to have a class on that to give them update so they can see. I think Carl working on that now to have a class so they can understand how to use the calendar. Even though they're not on our ship right now, might be thinking about getting on it, but they can still use the 13, 28 days calendar.
Yeah.
So we're gonna have a little classes on that through the university to explain the calendar outside just buying the hooks, putting it on your roll and what they'll do with it, right?
Yeah, because most people are used to that 12-month calendar.
Program.
instead of- yeah, because there's truly 13 constellations that like that we traverse through. So
It's just universal, man.
mhm.
Just it ain't. It's man arguing, not the universe.
Exactly.
The universe is constantly living, moving. It's man is arguing about his own status. Man arguing to control people. That's why I say they call it a prison planet. Because you got people down here walk-ins, take over people's bodies, control, but they come from other dimensions, other universes, and they were commanders, leaders, and got caught with jam and got sent away and got caught down here. And then when they got caught down here, they get trapped in this spirit world where you got to keep going over and over again. That's why they call it a prison planet. Then you see me come through and break the prison planet in this day and time so that you can move and get your status back as it is be. You understand?
Yeesh.
And only you can bring that out. And I'm giving you the opportunity in the venue to bring it out. So we can travel. You ain't gotta keep arguing about what you're gonna do 50 years from now. You already know.
Exactly. We have the jurisdiction and venue right here.
What I tell you, I say, the question is, I tell folks, I see you in 100 years, all right? Say, you roll with me, you gonna see me in 100 years, you roll with me. If you ain't rolling with me on the way here, you're gonna get damn sure I ain't raising you. So hopefully your Jesus, your Muhammad, your whoever is gonna raise your dumb ass. We can make them all sit in, your ass dead, we ain't gotta deal with your ass no more. Your history go with you, your everything go with your black ass. So the universal road, we ain't got time to play. It's universal out here, man. They playing games, people's souls. All right, I yield. You know me, I'll be here for another hour. We can.
Oh yeah, this
Now, we got that full moon out there, man. We got that energy out there. We rolling like that. You have the crown on, incense burning. You got your, you just all that energy right now, so there ain't nothing to do after this, but shit, do a sweat. You got to sweat. You got all this energy going on right now, bro. But we got to end this call, we get long winded.
Yeah, like this is the last slide, I believe.
Yeah.
Let's see what we have. It's the next slide.
Y'all did good tonight?
Good.
Yes, Protector.
Oh yeah.
So much talk about.
Gratitude.
Gratitude.
Yeah, gratitude.
Gratitude, Protector.
All right. 7 o'clock in the morning for those who know.
All right. Now,
All right,
before we
that
leave.
was the last slide.
Oh, was it?
All right, come on.
So was that the last one?
Yeah, that was last.
Okay. All right, now. Hold on. Let me get back over here real quick. Keep in mind, the H.E.M. decrees and grants limited delegated authority to all non-national small n, non-executive directors, NEDs, and non-directors, NDs, who are skilled and qualified to operate the sovereign state jurisdiction. The purpose is to implement and advance the modalities of commerce and culture variegations for the properly formed and operational republic state pursuant to the Imperial CMYE-IRK Republic for the country of United States small s. In closing, I/we would like to thank the universal traveler, dweller, absolute raw sovereign, H.E.M. Emperor, Samhu, a mini ray, single quote, Ade in single quote, and I/we would like to thank the Imperial Royal Princess, Princess Huhaika, Samson-L. We also would like to thank the Imperial Minister for her hard dedication and work. Moreover, gratitude to all of our Imperial Dynamic readers, gratitude to all the Nama-nationals working on behind the scenes, and our viewing audience for their attendance and participation. Be certain to mark.
They was participating a little bit tonight.
yeah, like they got involved. It took a while to get them heated up.
Yeah.
Be certain to mark your calendars for 17 September 2024 at 1700, 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for the continuation of the Full Moon Live Reading Series celebration with the Harvest/Super Moon.
Oh, that's Super Moon next month then. Okay.
Oh, yeah, we got it coming up next month.
Okay, it's next month. I didn't say a while ago. I said November, October. I'll go September. Oh, that's interesting. That's back to back then.
Oh, yeah. That energy is
Man,
here.
that's July. That's July, August, and September. Oh, that's wicked.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man, we rolling.
Oh yeah.
And what with that, we July, say, and what we doing in August, and what we gonna be doing in September. Wow.
Busy.
Well, you love it. That's why you love the elders. They get you doing stuff, and then you find out you perfect. You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Damn. Man, you got a celebration coming in on your Earth Day. You said about the full moon 17 next month. We got about 30, 29, 30, Wednesday, 30, 31st, 29, 30, 31st, and the 1st. All right.
Yeah. Right.
But I don't think we're gonna do a 24 hour, we probably have calls every day at a certain time. So it's, to run it in, because I don't think we're gonna roll that 24/7 on that music.
Okay.
Unless y'all want to, it's up to y'all. If y'all want to bring drum beats in,
because I know we did that last time.
Rastafari and African spiritualism in. I don't think I need his house.
Yeah, that's what I'm on right now. That's what I got in the background.
So I'm cool. But y'all want to get all the Rasta.
We see you.
I mean, the house has that better, the tempo to it that keeps you.
Yeah. Yeah.
The uplift is.
Man. My mom said, "Boy, what's that music you listen to?" I said, "They call house music, Mom." He said, "Boy, that music get you moving."
It does. It does.
He said, "Boy, that music get you moving. It get you moving. Get you moving." I said, "I know, Mom. Love it, don't you?" That's cool, right? Mm-hmm. All right, y'all. I yield. We go. You good?
Right. Good. And with that, we say, Salam alaikum with magic, and may the dweller be with you, divine beings. And may you continue to be a universal traveler, dweller-emperor, Samhu, a mini ray, single quote, Ade in single quote, divine being. Yeesh, smiley face.
Yeesh, smiley face. Know that, sir.
Yeesh, smiley face.
Smiley face. Know thyself.
Smiley face.
Gratitude, all Nama-nationals. Gratitude.
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 Gratitude.